Yeah, we're going live. Well, welcome back. We're up here in the comic book vault on July 26, 2023. Senate subcommittee, one of those Senate subcommittees like the ones that looked into comic books back in the 50s. There's a Senate subcommittee hearing going on right now looking into UFOs, which at some point recently they stopped calling them UFOs. Now they're UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. At some point they changed the acronym on us. So anyway, I'm watching that on my phone while I'm up here in the comic vault, up here on the 14th floor of the Hotel Orloff in Rural Retreat, Virginia. We're trying to get things organized. Trying to, that is. This is the incredibly intelligent contact the chairman of a committee. Did you get them on the phone specifically? Is this Cortez, something Cortez, Sandy Cortez. So, look, I just found this old sign from the old days. We're going through. Look, and I just got a letter from President Donald J. Trump. 23-24 campaign survey response required. I'll open it with this knight from King Arthur's court. That ain't gonna work. I don't want to damage the envelope because this is a highly valuable collectible. Someday, just imagine if I had an envelope from Abraham Lincoln wanting me to fill out a survey. That would be very valuable. Well, they glued it pretty well, so I'm going to have to kind of tear it a little bit. There's the one. There we go. I think they're going to have a UFO attack to distract us from all the stuff going on with Hunter and Joe Biden. I think they're going to stage something. Or maybe they're afraid the rapture is going to happen real soon. And then they're going to need an excuse for all the normal people. Like, what's going on? Well, it's UFOs. Oh, look. Tuesday morning. Dear fellow patriot, the Republican Party and I need your immediate feedback on the top issues that will dominate the 2023-2024 presidential elections. Look at his signature. That's pretty cool. It really is pretty cool. How likely are you to vote in the 2024 presidential elections? Do you have any interest in serving as a volunteer to help at your local Republican Party headquarters? Do you support capitalism and free markets or big government socialism and government control of the economy? Does the Republican Party's legislative agenda support policies that represent your values? I think there's about 4 or 5 good people in the Republican Party. And no good people. Well, I would say Robert Kennedy Jr. seems all right in the Democrat Party. Notice I don't say Democratic Party because I swear that's some new invention that when I was a kid they called them the Democrat Party. Am I out of my mind? Because now suddenly it's the Democratic Party. It's always been that way. No, it hasn't. You can try to scrub and change the history like in the 1984 book, but I know they used to be called the Democrats. I just know. Anyway, let's get organizing because that's what we're up here for, right? Just talking to Kevin Johnson from Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona. He said there's 150 comics coming out today, this week, not including the variant covers. He said that's just unprecedented, you know. So if you're one of those people that still buys modern comics, you should be in your glory today. I will say that Gotham City Comics is the official sponsor of the Hotel Orloff. Not that I get any payments from him, but since he's nice enough to hold giant stacks of stuff waiting for me to finally have some money, I will consider him that store to be an official sponsor. I put a link in the chat if anyone wants to come on. Any of you two viewers. All right. Let's get going, man. Good stuff to do. Okay. Tonight's the big Graphic Man show. Four Color Fossils will be on tonight at 7 o'clock Central, and I'll broadcast live from this studio here. So if you tune in for that, I missed last week's show. It was a kind of a horrible evening. We discovered how little money we actually have for the rest of the month, you know, earlier that day, and things were not very good. But things have gotten a little better, but not too much. I was hoping I'd sell more copies of The Tomb of Terror, but some nice people have ordered it. But, you know, I forget that most people are just used to getting everything free on YouTube and streaming, you know, and so people, and a lot of people don't even have DVD players anymore. They just stream everything, which I think is foolish because I just think that's foolish. But, you know, I'm an old-fashioned guy. Oh, I should put on the crawl on here in case anyone wants to order The Tomb of Terror. You want to order The Tomb of Terror, it tells you how down below. Gosh darn it. There we go. Come on, call them UFOs, man. We've been calling them UFOs for 7 years. Now all of a sudden it's UAP. That's got to be a Democrat invention. That's humans. Hello, humans. saved this lid from a Papa John's pizza because I thought it was kind of cool. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. Oh boy. My wife says, stop making fun of those people that say kind of cool. You know, you're being a bully. I need to stop that. Gotta empty the water from the dehumidifier. Oh, okay. It's a reproduction of the backdrop of the Aurora monster scene, torture scene, whatever display they used to have in hobby shops. Oh, Meyer Greenblatt's here. Good morning, Meyer. I'm doing what you've been doing, organizing. So. It's an Ultraman Super Nintendo game. Put that here. What is this disc? CDR. I don't know what's on it. I'll have to find out. What is this? Another CDR with no markings on it. This is not. I wonder where this cassette came from. It's a Frank Zappa. It's not mine. I think I bought a whole bunch of records and cassettes from a teacher, and this must have been his. So I never. Certainly not mine. I have a built Godzilla kit that was built by someone else, but I should build my own. Look at this. It's interesting color. It's it even says Aurora on the instructions. Does it say Aurora on the box? Yeah, it does. I mean, it's not real. This is all these different companies have done repops of these Aurora kits. One was Polar Lights, and the other one was Mobius. But this one, they actually put the Aurora name on it, which looks cool. It's got the UPC code, but if you put it like so, you don't see that UPC code. It looks cool on display there. See, how's that background looking? He's on his morning walk. Okay. That's a concern on what are these doing, not only how they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this. And how should we think about aircraft moving in a very clear formation, distant from one another? The phenomenon, perhaps, Mr. Gray, that you realize that we've never seen multiple craft in a formation. I need more light, really. Let's see what I can do. It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that if you have a UAP experience, the best thing you can do for your career is forget it. Surface or below the surface does have a perceived consequence to these people, and that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth. Mr. Chairman, I would observe that perhaps as we move forward from this hearing, there are some obvious next steps. Every person watching this knows that we need to meet Mr. Brown so that we can get fulsome answers that do not put him in jeopardy and that give us the information we need. Second, I would suggest that the radar images of this formation of craft at Air Force Base, and specifically the actual image taken by the actual flight crew that we can actually validate, be provided to the committee, subpoenaed if necessary, so that we're able to track how to get this type of reporting and analysis done in a more fulsome way. How would you find
for testifying today. I want to thank each of you for being here to discuss a topic of grave importance to our national security. Earlier this year, a Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of my home state of South Carolina. Since the Roswell incident in 1947, many Americans have wondered about the dangers of unknown objects crisscrossing our skies, whether these are UAPs or weather phenomena, advanced technology from American allied or enemy forces, or something more out of this world. So my first question, I have several questions, and if we can just be quick on these first two, and ask each of you the same question, and then I'll get to each of you individually. The first one, when you reported your experiences with a UAP, did any of you face any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no? No.
No. I've actually never seen anything personally.
All right. And then do you believe disinformation campaign within our government to deny the existence of UAPs? Yes or no?
I don't have anything for that. Like currently, I don't speak for the United States government.
Mr. Graves, what percentage of UAP sightings in your belief go unreported by our pilots? So like 95% basically don't report seeing UAPs.
That's just my personal estimate.
In the incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after?
Is the lighting better now?
A few questions for Mr. Faber. As an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen an object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP? Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
We understand it. Yes.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots?
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sad.
In the 70s, they put out these flash Gordon books.
Mr. Grush, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated?
Used to be able to find them pretty cheaply.
5% unreported.
This wonderful Alex Raymond art, early 70s when there was the nostalgia boom. It's put out by Nostalgia Press appropriately. Anyway. I bet it's from about 1970. Is that right? Let's see. Right, 1978. I think they started early. This is volume 5. I think the early ones are early 70s. Yeah, all pretty much all modern, all comic art comes from Alex Raymond, and he's the guy. He's the guy that all the original guys that went to. This is the influence of Kirby and everybody that started comics. They all were looking to capture Alex Raymond's artistry. Sorry, I'm not very eloquent this morning. It's like you realize that this is the first time I've spoken all day. I haven't spoken. My voice hasn't been used until I turned on this show. Hello, Kevin. Kevin got from the San Diego Comic Con some amazing, incredible a man thing lunchbox. He said he can get more, and it has the image on it from the first issue of Man Thing from 1973-74. And I was homesick. My mother went out to the store. She always would buy 2 or 3 comic books when I was homesick, and she bought Man Thing #1. And so it has a lot of sentimental value to actually have a lunchbox with that image. So he's going to order one for me. And that'll be added to my giant piles of stuff I have on hold. There's, speaking of the San Diego Comic Convention, there's some footage. I don't know if it's been up on the internet for a while, but I just discovered it this morning of Let's see if I can find it.
Video that you engaged with on November 14th, 2004.
This may be hard to find. Anyway, it's footage from the 70s and early 80s.
Unfortunately, we were the ones that went and saw it. Do you remember the weather that day? Was it cloudy or windy or anything out of the ordinary on the Pacific coast? It was actually, if you from where you were standing, it was a perfect day, light winds, no whitecaps, clear skies, not a cloud. It was for flying. It was the best. Now, is it true that you saw in your work? That's correct. Or for some people, they can't know what a Tic Tac is. It's a giant flying propane tank. Did this object interfere with your radar or the USS Princeton? The Princeton tracked it, the Nimitz tracked it, the E2 tracked it. We never saw it on our radars. Our fire control radars never picked it up. The other radars speak a lot rapidly. From what you saw the what you see on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft? No, there's none. There's no IR tool coming out. And Chad, who took the video, went through all the EO, which is black and white TV, and the IR modes, and there's no visual signs of propulsion. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet. In your career, have you ever seen a propulsion system that creates no thermal cost? Can you describe how the aircraft?
Oh my gosh, how do I do this? Shut up.
It knew exactly what it was doing. It was aware of our presence, and it had acceleration rates. I mean, it went from 0 to matching our speed in no time. Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing it? No, not even close.
Hold on a second.
And just to confirm, this object had no.
Okay, I know how to find it. CBS 8 San Diego. Come on. Oh, it'd be nice if I'd spelled that right. What is it called? Oh, here we go. I was just blocked the screen. What? Oh, I see. Oh, this is weird. What? That's not what I want to do. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. No, that's not what I meant to do. Share screen. Okay, share screen. Select window or screen. Oh, this is terrible. No, that's not what I want. Man. Present. Sure. Dang it. Present. It's not working, man. It's I'm using something different, and it's not working. I got to figure this stupid thing out now. Because I'm on Firefox or something. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'll just show you.
This has been a great deception on the part of the Chinese Communist Party. The VAT. Years ago, a dime gave a kid all sorts of pleasure. That's what a classic comic book used to cost. Today, after seeing what some of these comics are selling for, you shouldn't be surprised at the price of gold. It's not unusual to find comics priced at $600 to $800. The current wave of...
And then they have one from the 70s too. See, that's like 36 minutes of vintage footage. And then, anyway, there's vintage footage out there. I'm losing viewers. I went down from 10 viewers to 6 because of my antics here. Let's get the UFO people back on. I'm sorry, what is it supposed to be now? UAP, Unidentified Aerial Phenomena, is their new ridiculous acronym.
The individuals that are participating in reverse engineering programs for non-traditional craft. You know, you got to be willing to testify with their potential.
Put the link in the chat again if you'd like to. This is on Right Side Broadcasting. This we're watching. You know, I'll put this book and this flashboard in the closet.
Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record an article by News Nation, and it follows Mr. Rush's full interview for the record. Thank you. Mr. Rush, why is it that you refer to the phenomenon as non-human intelligence by deviating from the basis of extraterrestrial life?
I think the phenomenon is very complex, and I website, the George Washington University National Security Archives, you will find that declassified in 2013 specific provisions in the specific red line flash message traffic, specific codes pursuant to Article 3 and Article Situation 2, which is in the previously classified NSA archive. What I would recommend, and I tried to get access, but I got all the silence at the White House, was the specific incidents when those message traffic was used. I think some scholarship on that would open the door to further investigation using those publicly available information.
Thank you. And then my last question with 51 seconds remaining. You mentioned white collar crimes potentially being taking place in regards to a cover. Can you please elaborate?
I have concerns based on the interviews I conducted under my official duties of potential violations of the federal acquisition regulations, the FAR.
Thank you very much. I'm going to yield the floor to my time.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Raskin for 3 minutes. Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I thank the witnesses for their endurance and service today. Mr. Faber, you described your episode in detail now, and you call it the most credible UFO sighting in history. But I wonder, was this the first time that you encountered the UFO or the UFO?
3 viewers, man.
Yes.
What's going on with you morons not watching me?
Attitude or perspective on the UFO discussion before then?
I never felt that we were alone with all the planets out there, but I wasn't a UFO person. I wasn't watching History Channel and MUFON and all that.
And have you had experiences or encounters since that happened?
No.
And so, have you formed any general conclusions about what you think you experienced then?
Yes. I think what we experienced was, like I said, well beyond the material science and the capabilities that we had at the time, that we have currently, or that we're going to have in the next 10 to 20 years.
It's Bilbo Baggins, ladies and gentlemen.
You've been able to answer in great detail.
Bilbo Baggins.
And then other things you say you're not able to respond to. Can you just explain where you're drawing the line? What's the basis for that?
Yeah, based on my job search, security review, what they've determined that is unclassified.
I see. So you're answering any questions that just call upon your knowledge about unclassified questions, but anything that relates to classified matters you're not commenting on in this context.
In an open session, but happy to participate in a closed session at the right level. Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Graves, you said that there are dozens of fellow pilots, military pilots. Are there also
This is interesting. These are backing boards. Oh, Gotham City's here. You see, it's a backing board with and they pre-printed them with the grade, and it's from a high-end probably store in Orange, California, or Las Vegas. I don't know how old this is. That's interesting. They determined a comic 7.0 and they put this backing board. They must print these with all the different conditions. See what Kevin's up to in Mesa, Arizona's Gotham City Comics.
That backing board's pretty cool.
Yeah, it would be expensive, huh, to have printed boards for every comic, but then that's pretty good advertising because the comics, as they get sold and traded, are going to wind up all over the country with your advertisement on the back. But what would that cost? A lot of money, huh?
Yeah, actually, maybe not if you have the boards and just take them to the printer.
Yeah, well, somehow this wound up in my possession in Texas. So, it gets around. What are you in the store now, or are you at home? Or
Yeah, but the store.
oh, this is flip your your camera sideways so we can see. So you had 150 new comics come in today?
Hold on, someone just knocked on the door.
Oh, all right. There's a sign he needs for his door. I'm gonna put this up in the comic room. I think there's a roll of tape. In fact, it's right here. It fell during the last episode. Just got a package. You must be getting a package. Maybe it's new Great Garloo toys.
Yeah, I just got a package in the mail.
Is it new Garloo toys, you think?
No, it's from your favorite auctioneer.
Oh, really? I actually like that guy. Has he done any shows in the last couple of weeks?
No, he won't be on there until his next. He does it like once a month, maybe.
I mean, I like him, but I didn't like what he did that one time. But it's. I mean, when he tears up comics, that kind of gets me, man.
Yeah.
But he's entertaining to watch.
Yeah, that's why I bought something from him.
It's like Hunter S. Thompson hanging out with the Hells Angels. It's real fun and everything until they beat the put you in the hospital. But he's like one of those guys. It's like you don't want to ever cross someone like that because he's nuts. People with tempers like that, or
I have this already.
okay. Oh, yeah. I saw that book. That was one of the first books he put up. What did you pay for that, Huckleberry Hound?
Paid $5 each for these.
5?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a great deal. Those are for your own personal collection?
Yeah, I didn't have any Huckleberry Hound. I didn't have any Smokey the Bear.
Yeah, the only Huckleberry Hound I've got is someone played darts with it. You ever get a comic that just looks like, literally, I think someone shot darts at it. It's the only explanation why it has all these little holes.
No, I had BBs one time. Someone used it for.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
BB gun. I had somebody shot my some comics with a BB gun.
Well, you have to get close to the comic to see the holes. I think if it was a BB, I think it was more like darts. But when you popped on at the beginning of the show in the chat or whatever, the comment section, he immediately brightened up. He knows you in your store.
Who's that?
What's his name? Peddlin' Pete.
Oh yeah.
He said, "Oh, Gotham City Comics is." He was like real happy. Because some people, when they come on, don't make him happy.
Yeah. He's called me on the phone. I never even talked to him before. He just picked up the phone and called me.
Wow. I guess he doesn't like people that name themselves after comic book characters and or that I guess he doesn't like, I guess, fanboys, for want of a better term. But that's who he's selling stuff to.
He doesn't like people to resell them.
Oh, okay. That's why they were trying to get it so cheap from him.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said, "I don't take food stamps." Well, pretty cool. I was talking about that Man Thing lunchbox a minute ago. Do you have it in the store where you could show it to the people?
Yeah, this comic smells good.
Yeah.
That's. I thought it was older. It smells older.
How old is it?
I think it said 1970.
Well, 1970 is getting to be old. That's when I was 5 years old, and I look in the mirror and realize that was a long time ago. Um, yeah, see that's so amazing. Is it just like a lot of the modern lunchbox? Is it the same image on both sides? Probably.
No, you get comic panels on the side.
Oh, I mean on the back. Yeah, see, that's what they do a lot of times because I guess they figure people are going to display it and they don't care what's on the back. But vintage lunchboxes would have a different picture on the back. But that's amazing. What does the thermos look like?
The sides are different look.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I mean it's great. I mean that's based on a comic that has such sentimental value for me because my mom bought that comic for me that those panels are coming from and that image is from. So they made it special for the Comic Con in San Diego.
Oh, they only made 2,500. That means they have probably 2,000 left.
Well, Man Thing is not something that the normal people seek after because it's not a hot movie property. Yeah, that's a great thermos. Man, if this thing had come out in 1974, this lunchbox, it would have been amazing. Anyway, is it a pretty expensive one?
They're 25.
Oh, great. Well, do you think how long it would take you to get one?
I just ordered it. If you're ready, I can just send you mine.
Oh, I'm not. I won't be. I might be able to get it on the 31st or the 1st. But I can. I'm only going to be able to get a little bit this month because of starvation. It's not a good month, man. Someone would order some discs from me, then I could have some extra money. Myers says, "Awesome lunchbox." Oh, they adjourned. I need to go. I'm going to go downstairs and stop my recording. I guess they're done talking about UFOs, which they now call UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. I don't know when that change happened. Are you even aware of that change, Kevin?
I've heard it before.
Yeah, that's
I don't think so.
I guess they want to not say that they're actual objects that are physical by calling them phenomena. They could say, "Oh, it's just weather." Or, hold on. I'm back.
I just noticed that box.
Oh, that box is done by someone else?
Yeah, it's another store. All about books and comics.
Huh.
That's the store that Jambo's YouTube guy goes to.
Right. The guy
Oh
that
wait,
Jambo recommended on his video.
no, I'm wrong about that. This store closed 3 years ago.
So when
That's
you
a
got
bit.
the box, did it have Dell in it, or was it just the box that you
I don't
got?
even know where that came from.
So you got a Garloo toy in?
Yes.
So you could show us the actual scale now that we actually have one in physical form.
Oh, there's a new series. I got to come up with an idea for a cover.
Trashing through time. Is it what do you mean you have to come up with an idea for a cover?
Because I'm going to do another store cover.
Oh, so what do you do? Hire an artist to
Yeah.
do an exclusive cover for your store?
Yeah.
Well, Smokin' Joe. Would he
Yeah.
be affordable?
Mm-hmm. No, it's the idea. It's coming up with an idea of a
Oh, an
cover.
idea. What
That's
are
the
they,
hard
time
part.
traveling or something?
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Maybe cavemen. I imagine there have been cavemen
Yeah.
garbage
They have.
pail kids.
They did a caveman cover already.
Hmm. And that's the black and white version.
Yeah.
So I guess that's supposed to be black and white because the original TV commercial was black and white. That's the only
How many does that say?
limited to what is it? Does it say 500? I think so.
That means there's 400 left. I could barely read it with the magnifying glass. It's so small.
Yeah, I watched your videos of the new comics coming in, and it seems like there was one comic that looked interesting, but I can't remember what it was. It's like as far as having a good cover. Actually, some of them had pretty good covers. As I think about it.
There's a Funko next to him.
Oh, damn. That's a regular size Funko?
Yeah.
Man, that's real small. That's about the size of a G.I. Joe, modern G.I. Joe or something. Does the front open up like a little window, a little door, or?
Oh, he's not
Yeah.
sealed. We can open him.
All right. I mean that's small enough that could be a embryo of Garloo. That could actually be inside of a Garloo incubating.
Oh, he's really small. He's cool though.
Yeah, it's a lot cooler. That's a lot cooler than a Funko Pop. Yeah, that's really cool. It really is. But if that was 2 feet tall, it would be even cooler. But No, yeah, that's an amazing little piece. Since they want us to all live in shoeboxes in the great world of the World Economic Forum's future, that'd just be the right size for people that like to live in their little homes. My light bulb just went out.
I saw in Texas they have these shipping containers that people are moving into.
Yeah, I've heard about that, but
They're $100,000 for one.
there was a haunted house in Waxahachie, Texas, that was made out of shipping containers, where they had them stacked, and they had a front on it where it looked like an old haunted house, but when you went in, you were going in through different, I guess, trailers, and
That's pretty cool.
and you didn't know that it was not a real house.
I could do something like that here. I heard it's best if you get one of those shipping containers to just buy it because they never go down in price. So you could buy the shipping container, use it, and then sell it for more than you paid for it.
No. So you're about to open?
It's only 9:30.
Oh shoot! So you say that you had so many new comics today you couldn't fit them on the rack. That's the table you had to put them on.
There's the rack that it usually goes on, and then like 2 tables.
Someone was complaining about the new Hulk comic, that it had a cover that was terrible, but I think it was one of the variant covers. It was a cover where he had a tiny little head and was like posed like it was a cover of GQ or something. And some guy did a video. They're real upset about it. It wasn't either of those two.
That's only 2 hours.
I think he was wearing a tie, or you probably didn't order it because it looked dumb.
Yeah. So Black Widow, that's Black Widow.
Oh, it is? What?
She's Venom now, yeah. She got a symbiote on.
Okay, all right. Oh, that cover is that a drawing or is that a photograph? That's a drawing.
No, yeah, it's a drawing. It looks like a photo from far away. It looks like a photo.
Yeah, in your video, I thought it was a photograph of a stripper they hired. It's weird to see her with that little widow's peak coming down, but that cover looks kind of horrible there. But there was a black and white version that looks better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But she didn't have she never had that. There's a lot of goth girls today that do that little pointy thing with the bangs, but that's not a Vampirella thing.
That's
just someone they hired from a club to pose. That's moderately okay. That's a pretty good cover, but it's just the interior is. That looks like Snow White. That's what that looks like.
Yeah.
It looks like a Disney cover. I mean, the face looks like Snow White.
This one looks bad too.
Yeah.
Like her bottom half's on backwards or something.
Yeah. It looks like she's twisted around, like you could do with some dolls. And what? Oh well.
I think that was the best one. But yeah, it does look weird with that point thing.
What are the best covers you got in this week?
Let's see.
So all this Spider-Gwen, is she supposed to be from an alternate universe, or did they bring back the Gwen Stacy that died in
This is just what
1970?
if. This one's just what if. What if Peter died instead of her?
Oh, she looks horrible there. Yeah, she looks like
Greg Land cover.
she looks like what's his name from Aerosmith, Steven Tyler. Um, but
Yeah,
all the
there's no.
Spider-Gwen comics are what is that supposed to be? I have no idea what's going on in comics of today. Oh, this is the new trend. All these psychedelic covers I'm noticing, and DC's got these psychedelic covers of
Yeah,
Nightmare Falls or something.
these blacklight covers.
They're pretty good. Is the comic itself crummy?
Probably.
That actually is a good cover.
This
I
one's
wonder if
pretty.
they actually glow in blacklight.
I'm pretty sure they do.
Do you have a blacklight in your store? It seems like you'd
Yeah,
have to.
right here. Plug it in.
Of course.
Yeah, it glows.
Back it up so we can see. Oh wow, that's great.
It's better in person. Actually, it glows a lot brighter in person. Right.
And the how many issues have they done that psychedelic thing with?
This is the second one.
Do you still have the first one in stock?
No.
Man, if you display that way in the store, you'd probably sell hundreds of that issue
You're
with the
probably
light
right.
on it.
Yeah, you're right about that.
What does your black light look like? What is it? A little miniature one?
It's putting out this. It's turning, putting out the strobe.
Oh, okay. All right.
See on the wall.
Oh yeah. Is it a special ink they're using?
It's like neon reflective ink.
Oh man. And so did they start with this
They
Nightmare
started with this
series?
one. Yeah. It's pretty cool. I bet Marvel is going to start doing it next.
Well, this is actually something that is kind of actually kind of good.
Yeah. Cool up there with the other ones.
Which other one?
I was putting it up there with my Marvel poster.
How much is that comic? Like $6-7?
Yeah, that's the crazy part about it. You know, you can buy with that same amount of money. Like this comic's $12 right here.
What? Oh, it's got a 90s thing going on it. Yeah, that's not cool. The black light cover was cool though. Meyer is pointing out there's also that black light Joker figure coming out.
Oh, that's right. It comes with black lights on the side.
Do you know? Do you have, or are you going to get a Tourist Satana action figure? Is that supposed to look good, or
Who is it?
Tourist Satana?
And they're doing a figure?
I've seen it shown somewhere.
Oh, I haven't heard about it.
Let's see if I can find it on my phone.
think one of the Frazetta girls. Oh yeah, one of the Frazetta girls is writing the next Vampirella series.
Actually, it may not look very good. I can't tell. It's an 8-inch. The box looks a lot cooler. It's from White Elephant Toys. Do you know that company?
I think I've heard of that.
Here, I'm gonna give myself the screen and I'll show it to you. The box looks really neat,
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah.
but I don't know
It's like
about the
a,
figure.
it's like Amigo that was they Plaid Stallions guys make those.
Oh, is it a Plaid Stallion thing?
Yeah, him and his friend that knows a lot about toy making stuff. They collaborated and made that.
Oh, so then this yeah, it's got Plaid Stallions at the top of the page. Yeah. So you have to? They don't go through Diamond. You have to order it directly from them. Is that the deal?
I haven't seen it in Diamond. This is
The
a great
box
cover.
was really cool looking. I have to say. Have you seen these paintings, Kevin? Have I ever shown paintings on a show that you watched that I painted years ago that I'm trying to get rid of?
Yeah, I've seen him.
Okay.
The one I want from you is that giraffe.
Oh, yeah, well, that one is one I like, but the ones that I want to get rid of were before I met my wife. When I painted this girl that I kind of would like them out of the house. But
You'd like to forget about that, yeah?
so anyway, I was thinking of showing those, thinking that someone would, because I could repaint them a little bit. Meyer says show paintings again. Okay, well.
Yeah, show them again. Maybe there's one that you can alter.
Yeah, I mean, some of them I could alter
To make it look more like the the other girl that she's taking the place of.
Because if someone wanted to buy some of these, it would save me the trouble of having to paint a new painting. Although I'm open for commissions.
I'll take a look if you got them there. Oh, one of our local police officers came by and gave me this.
Okay. I'm gonna go to my my camera. I was having trouble with my Wi-Fi for a second. Okay. Painting one.
I like that one. I like the dummy. Maybe you could who could you turn her into?
Well, it's supposed to be Edgar Bergen, but the stature is wrong because it's painted. I don't know how to fix that. This one could be easily fixed by changing the face.
Yeah, change it back to
But if I changed it back, I'd probably want to keep it because then it would be actually a good painting. Yeah, these are all just like I painted her face onto these things, so that's why they're all weird. That's actually a pretty terrible painting. See, it's terrible.
That can fit. You can fix that one real easy, huh? That creature.
I mean, not real. I mean, it's painted to be a female creature, so
I
it's
see. You got to change the bot. Yeah, you got to change
yeah. I
that too.
mean, but if it's just a generic girl, then I guess it doesn't. I've got her name on there. I better cover that up. It's a freak show. Just anyway, buy these paintings. This one is supposed to be Morrissey. Someone would probably want that. She was into Morrissey, and maybe I could get some money for that. That would be good. I'm not a big Morrissey fan necessarily.
Is this on canvas or on board?
It's on these things you get at Hobby Lobby, just artist canvas panel. But anyway,
You can cut the ghost off of that one. You can cut Booberry off the corner.
well, I could actually repaint this whole section and put another one of the other two monsters here. That would be the way to fix that. Anyway, if anyone's interested in these paintings, I mean, because you know the Mona Lisa, you don't know who that is, and so if you think these are good paintings, you just buy them. It doesn't. I mean, there's nothing I can do about that except paint over the whole thing. Anyway, so I'm just put these in the garage. They need to be gone. But if someone wants to buy them, hey, you know, then they can definitely be gone, way gone. It's like, oh, cover up her name. It's a famous monsters cover.
You got the font. You got the font good on that one.
What's that?
The famous monsters font's done really good on that one.
Yeah, well, I projected it, or I might have used. I might have. Yeah, it was. Yeah, you're right. I wish I probably should. I could probably change that. I could paint Joe Biden on it. Famous monsters of Washington. I would, but who would want a painting of him? Yeah. Anyway, it's her with Buster Keaton. Okay, just yeah. So if anyone wants any of these paintings, let me know, and I'll send them your way. I don't know, or I can alter them, I suppose, or I could paint something completely new. I've got some fresh boards or canvases, and then I could paint over one of these, or I could alter one of these, or whatever. Oh man, where are you getting all these police memorabilia?
One of my customers, he's a detective now. He just changed positions. Used to be a regular cop, and now he's a detective.
Oh,
He
cool.
brought these in. I was thinking about making this my little, putting this on them.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good idea. That guy, Dark Ride Dracula,
Did you see
found a
that thing he
fan at
found?
a flea market that was shaped like a robot. Did you see that?
Did you see that hot rod he found?
No, I guess not.
Oh man, he didn't say what he paid for it, but it was in the box. It was a tin Japanese hot rod, Japanese made hot rod.
I've heard that area of the country is real good for buying toys. Because he went to a flea market and said Well, there wasn't much monster stuff there, and that was more monster stuff than I've ever seen at any convention. There were dealers that just had nothing but monster stuff, and
Yeah, I
and
think that's
so
the same one that do you remember that guy Bruce from the Comic Book Men? He was their toy expert they would go and see.
yeah.
Do you remember that guy?
From what was the series again?
It was Comic Book Men, but the best thing about that
Oh,
show was their toy guy. He was an expert that they would go and talk to sometimes.
that guy was.
Yeah, his name was Bruce. Do you remember him?
Oh man, I don't know if I watch comic book men that often. I don't think I
Well,
remember.
it's worth it just to see him, but he died like a couple years ago,
Oh,
and
really?
he was an expert on weird toys. You could send him a picture, and he would tell you right away what it was.
Oh, okay.
Like anything, Japanese, American, anything. But he I think that was the same flea market that he used to sell at. And
Well,
this
he was
guy,
saying,
he was
yeah.
living out of it when just before he or just when he died. I guess he was living down on his luck, and he was living out of his storage unit where he
Oh,
had all his toys. He was living in there, and they found him dead in there. I was like, oh man, he was really
yeah.
cool. I've even talked to him on Facebook before. I didn't even think he would respond to me, but he did. So I had some kaiju figures that I didn't know what they were. He told me right away and told me what they were worth.
Yeah. Well,
Oh yeah, but that flea market, you're right. That flea market was great. Like almost every table had awesome toys, all vintage stuff.
but he's spoiled because he's saying there's not much monster stuff. It's like, and then he
Well,
said
every
much
time
vintage monster stuff, but it looked like
he,
there was more vintage monster stuff than any
oh,
convention I ever went.
way more than I ever see. That's more than I see in a whole year.
Yeah.
When,
Oh, those creature soakies. You got some creature soakies in?
yeah,
How
I
much
got
are they?
$20. Those are something that the creatures one always sells out and goes up in value, goes up in price.
Would it be okay if I put a creature in my pile?
Yeah,
Because I might feel like
it's
I've
good.
got a semi truck worth of stuff on hold. I don't feel good
We'll get
about
you
it.
one of those, we'll get you one of those storage units for out back with shipping
Myers
container.
saying it's sad. He had great knowledge and the camera liked him. Too bad Case Smith couldn't have helped him financially. Oh, Comic Book Man was Kevin Smith. That's right. How
Oh,
old
he
was
knows.
this guy that passed away?
He was probably your age, Gratu. He wasn't too old, you know. He was too young to
So,
die.
so living in a at least that's one thing. It's, but I'm not laughing at. I'm laughing at that. Well, at least I'm too young to die. Um, yeah, living in the storage unit, it probably got super hot or
I think it
cold.
got cold. I think it got cold. It was the winter time,
Oh yeah, they're in.
like
I don't.
Pennsylvania or Pittsburgh or something.
Yeah, I don't know where they live.
That's
Uh,
crazy where they live. They had. Did you see that blob thing they went to in their town?
yeah, is that in their local town that they live in?
I think so. Or did they travel? It was pretty close, I think.
That that couple travels around. They're so into monsters, but
It seems like all the classic monster stuff's back in PA. All that stuff goes on back there.
well, that girl that his girlfriend Amy Vampy has been my friend on Facebook. I think long before they met, and I remember because it just stood out in my mind that she lived in Sleepy Hollow, where the Washington Irving is. So what is that? New York? Where's Sleepy Hollow? Hey Siri, where is Sleepy Hollow? Where? Hey Siri. No. Hey Siri. Where is Sleepy Hollow from the Washington Irving story, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow? It's New York. They went to the premiere of this Danzig movie that came out a few years ago. That's indescribably bad based on his erotic comics.
Yeah.
It's just real bad. It's like it's like he might say, "Well, I was trying to be like Ed Wood," or I don't know. I don't think so. But anyway, they went to the premiere of that, or maybe his new western, which I don't think has been released. But anyway, his girlfriend is standing next to Danzig, and Danzig is like, real. It's like this is the first time he's probably ever met a girl that's shorter than him, so he can feel like he's tall. And you can tell he's just so, it's like, wow, you can just tell he's like really into talking to her. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but it's like, how tall is Danzig?
He looks pretty short.
Yeah. And she's like Hobbit size. And I sound like I'm being mean, but she's very, very like a Mego figure practically. I'm trying to figure out why I have this scrap of paper that says Captain America on both sides. It's not my handwriting. It's very strange. Must have come in a comic book or something. That's the tag from an Ultraman figure that Meyer sent me. I never threw anything away. Look, it's the Hotel Sprinkle. This is what our hotel used to look like. Oh, let me give you full size to show that off. That's pretty cool. But I wonder why they can't. Do these things get released in normal stores like Target or anything, or are they only in comic stores?
It's a good question. I know they have some of their stuff in Targets, but I don't know if they have these.
What is that Super 7?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, look at this. Do you know they had a Sea Monkey video game?
No. What? I wonder if they actually make them look like that. Let's see. What do they look like? Do they look humanoid in the game?
I don't know. I never played it.
Well, I guess those are screenshots there.
I can't see that small.
I don't know. You have one of those games where those game systems where you could play it?
I don't think so.
Huh.
This guy's cool.
Oh yeah, is that from G.I. Joe?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty great. Yeah. People got upset about G.I. Joe being a war toy, so they made him fight gorillas instead. Oh, wow. I've never seen that.
It was in that last toy collection. Remember when I got that viewfinder?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. What? That. Myers says he still needs one of those G.I. Joe mummies and sarcophagus or whatever. And he says, nice gorilla. Do you have the intruder? That's a interesting comment. Nice gorilla. Do you have the intruder? It's like you don't hear people say things like that very often. I think that's wrong with our society is people don't talk that way much.
I got some vintage soap here too.
Wow. That is pretty bizarre. What's it dated?
Is the number of people from the public into
Objection, Mr. Chairman. This isn't Mr. Bentz's time. It was yielded to Mr. Bentz.
I know.
I don't see a
I thought
date.
we could get away with it. This was an important question.
Mr. Chairman, you can have the next person.
What a strange thing.
He's your best pal when it comes to keeping clean.
Oh boy.
Mr. Chairman, that was not done.
No date. Somebody paid $1 one time for it.
I want you to know that I'm here today
Yeah.
support of a group of
Myers says that C3PO soap is the sort of thing that my mom would put in my Christmas stocking.
The smell of it reminds me of my grandma's house. The smell of that soap she used to have.
Oh. Oh, that Jack Davis Frankenstein, is that a taller one? Or is that how big they all are?
Oh, this one's taller.
Maya's asking, is that a vintage skateboard?
Where?
I have no idea.
Oh, over here. No, it's made to look like a vintage one, though. Here's the other Jack Davis.
Dang. What does it cost to get the giant one from him?
I think it was like 60.
So he 3D prints them, so he just puts in the computer to make it bigger, I guess.
Yeah.
I think it takes a long time. I don't know. The only 3D printer I ever saw, it takes like hours and hours for the thing to build, and it just like builds it with threads that it's like it's sewing it together or something. It's really strange.
It could take days to make something.
Yeah, Myers says I want the larger one for sure. Oof.
I think I need to start putting up shelves.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I've got to get bookshelves real bad.
I'm gonna put up shelves instead of think up here.
The shop that you bought, does it come with land behind the shop,
Yeah,
like enough that you could build on if you ever needed to?
yeah.
Is that grass that you have to mow?
I don't have any grass to mow now.
Oh, okay, that's right. You probably have just rocks in Arizona, like rock lawns.
Well, it's concrete, or no,
Oh,
it's asphalt back there.
is it parking area?
There's parking area too. Yeah.
Oh, okay. When do people come in and like pretty much shit their pants or looking at the store, or do people just think, oh, it's just another comic store? I mean, do you get people that come in and just freak out? Because
Sometimes.
if I went into a store like that, I would just it would just be unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, sometimes they freak out.
What do you think the big popular comic's going to be today?
Huckleberry Hound. That's the one I would buy.
Yeah, me too. How many did you get of that psychedelic blacklight DC comic?
I buy 2 copies. I buy one for the rack and I buy one for pre-order.
You only have 2 copies of that issue?
Yeah, nobody buys DC comics anymore.
Oh, I meant,
This is
is
the
that,
same book, it's a different color. This is the regular cover.
oh, you get a lot of that one
No, 4 copies.
for, and people aren't interested in that psychedelic cover one?
No, might sell, maybe. We'll see if it sells.
Oh my gosh.
The next thing I want to do is get this stuff up on the wall.
What's that? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different panels.
Myers asking if you could project a movie on the back of the building.
I think so. I actually want to. I want to put murals up back there, though.
Yeah, I've seen comic stores that are standalone buildings that are old 7-Elevens or Stop and Goes, and they paint all the way around the building.
That's what I want to do.
And Meyer asked, "Was the Garbage Pail Kids movie good?"
Good as in good, so bad it's good? Or
I'm
so good
sure he means entertaining. I'm trying to remember. I saw it in the theater, believe it or not.
I saw it in the theater and the film broke. And we had to wait around. We had to wait around for it.
I don't have a huge memory of the film. I mean, it was kind of like Howard the Duck. I mean, it was just people in suits. And
yeah, it's pretty bad animatronic suits. Their heads were, there were midgets inside there, but they had animatronic heads.
There was a cartoon on Saturday morning too, right?
I think I got canceled before it even came out.
Is it on YouTube?
You can get it, yeah. I got the DVD of it.
Yeah, is that better than the movie?
I never sat down and watched it, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't really remember that either.
I like the cards, but I never really got into the movie as much or the cartoon.
Right.
I have this cool DVD. It's called the 35 Years of Garbage.
Uh-huh.
And it was a Kickstarter documentary.
Right.
And that's a good DVD to watch. About the whole history of Garbage Pail Kids.
Yeah. Here's a blacklight poster. Jesus Christ Superstar.
Does it glow pretty good?
I'm sure it would if I had a black light on it.
I need to get more of these DVDs.
I was putting that in the closet. What do you need to get one of what?
I need to get more of these Marvel cartoon DVD sets.
Oh yeah. I was getting those from Internet Archive. They're amazing. But if those are good quality copies, that would be a better way to do it.
Oh, these are great copies. Whoever made these, I got them on eBay. It's like $15. Two discs.
If they're very good quality, and if they have all of the little, all the credits and the little bits in between the cartoons where they explain the Hulk's powers and everything, that'd be good.
Well, anyway, you hold your spoon right. You'll get more frost. Observe. Each who imparts knowledge often gains some. Case in point, meticulous father utilizing Kellogg's sugar frosted flakes purely for so doing.
How long are you going to be on today?
Oh, just probably until we figure out. Um, I don't know. Probably not super long. But if you need to go, that's cool.
Yeah.
There's no telling how long I'll be on, honestly.
Contains scenes which
I'm just trying to kill time right now.
by anyone with a heart condition or anyone
Yeah, I got some orders I got to do, and then
All right, yeah, you go ahead and do that, and I'll just organize. And
if you're still here, I'll come back.
all right, sounds great.
All right, talk to you guys later.
All right, take care. Bye. Put this sign up. This is the reproduction, so it won't. It's not a big thing. It's already had a tack put through it. So.
Efforts to disrupt every aspect of that criminality intensely, dedicate their lives in that effort to the Department of Homeland Security and throughout our law enforcement partner community.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your dedication and those that serve right.
Where would be a good place to put this sign?
Really appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I have rarely been more gobsmacked by the lack of cooperation and information from a witness than I have by you today. It is truly appalling when you consider that lives are at stake, the lives of children being trafficked across this border, who are being sacrificed on an altar of radical policies being pushed by your department. You talked about it. You threw out a good one-liner in your testimony about child sex trafficking, human smuggling. You know what does immense damage to our efforts to combat human trafficking, sex trafficking, child sex trafficking? A porous border. And your policies have directly led to that porous border, Mr. Secretary. It is
Putting things away.
I have to sit here and listen to you.
Oh, look at that. There's still tape on it from when this was a present, with wrapping paper from when this was a present to me. Wonder if I can. Should I take it off? Well, maybe not, because it's maybe I shouldn't take it.
Echoing their constituents and the frustration that they have actually shown and talked to them about. Back in April, we had a committee hearing where there was a witness, a whistleblower, who said that the U.S. federal government has essentially become a middleman in a multi-billion-dollar human trafficking operation targeting unaccompanied minors at the southern border. I'm sure that makes you upset, and sure as heck made me upset. But when U.S. Customs and Border Protection encounters 435 unaccompanied minors per day, drug cartels and traffickers exploiting 60% of these children in prostitution, forced labor, and child pornography. To make matters worse, in June, the Biden administration released 344 children to non-related adults in the United States, most of whom already had multiple children in their care. These children are prime targets for traffickers, for sex, or for labor. In fact, a February New York Times article published showing migrants found laboring in violation of child labor laws. Notably, half of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement's most wanted criminals for child trafficking, guess where they come from? Mexico. Imagine that. So when you actually take actions that reduce operational control of the border, these are actions that are taken in contradiction of your official duty to execute the laws enacted by Congress and your oath to support and defend the Constitution. You have abandoned the successful border policies of the previous administration. You've ignored laws requiring detention of certain aliens, reduced detention capacity, ended migrant protection protocols, halted border wall construction, diverted the gentleman yielding, I'm going to yield instead. Well, actually, sir, Mr. Slang, can you yield to Mr. Roy and then maybe Mr. Bishop? I'll yield to Mr. Roy. Thank you, gentlemen from Virginia. Despite enormous levels of encounters, I believe last month was about 146,000, far exceeding what Obama deemed, as Secretary Jay Johnson said, at crisis levels of 8,000 a week. And we can agree, I think, that it's possible there may be a decrease from FY22 to FY23 for total Border Patrol encounters, right? They're going down maybe 20%, according to the data I see at current levels. So does that sound right? I think Congressman, I think they're going down further in light of the approaches that we implemented in post-9/11. Okay, well, assuming they're going down and accepting that they may be going down by Border Patrol encounters, hasn't there simultaneously been a significant and continuing increase in the ports of entry, which more than offset the reductions and illustrate the shell game? OFO encounters from FY22 to FY23, the data I have at current pace is a 100% increase. FY20 to FY23, a 356% increase from 241,000 to 1.1 million. In other words, the American people need to be told the truth about what's actually happening. The total numbers, if you look at the nationwide encounters, FY20 to FY21, a 202% increase. FY20 to 22, a 328% increase. FY20 to FY23 at current pace, a 364% increase. In the last 24 hours, Border Patrol alone, nationwide encounters are 6,000. That's the data I have. Is that correct? Congressman, our approach of expanding lawful pathways and delivering consequences is working. But is that data correct? Are those the numbers? I'd have to confirm the numbers that you cited. Well, those are the numbers that we have, and this is what the American people are tired of reading back. Someone gets back, Chair, let's delay from Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Secretary Mayor. So Louis and I are here today, as always, to answer our questions about real issues. Secretary Mayorkas, I'm concerned that the department and the Office of Intelligence and Analysis in particular encourages the targeting of protesters, activists, incarcerated people, and progressive movements. For example, in 2020, under the prior administration, intelligence and analysis alleged individuals protested police brutality and racial injustice after the killing of George Floyd as domestic violent extremists. And department leadership instructed officials to create and share intelligence dossiers about, quote, everyone participating in Portland protests, unquote, as part of a discredited effort to link protesters to a non-existent terrorism plot. And these issues still continue to this day. Secretary Mayorkas, do you acknowledge that the department has referred to opponents of the Atlanta Public Safety Training
That's not a
Center
backing board. This is some weird other kind of board.
domestic violent extremists and militants comprising violent far-left occupation? That's just a yes or no.
Well, Congressman, a few things I must say. First, I'm immensely proud of the men and women who worked in the Office of Intelligence and Analysis under the superb leadership of Kenneth Weinstein. They do tremendous work in making sure the American people are safe and secure. I am familiar with activities in Atlanta that are lawful, and I'm also familiar with activities to which you refer that are unlawful. And we do not condone violence. We do safeguard and protect free expression of speech.
So, what you're saying is that this alleged domestic violent extremists or militants that you're saying that you condemn that language and you condemn. I'm just trying to be clear because we can't both sides of it when people are actually being hurt, and I can speak to it as an actual activist myself, and I've been there and I've seen what actually happens to protesters and what actually makes the media, what actually makes the reports. So I just want to make sure that we're saying that are you saying domestic violent extremists? Because I have the report here. Are you saying that you condemn that, or that is part of the work?
Congresswoman, lawful protest is a proud tradition in this country. There cannot be a connectivity between an ideology and
time. Let me reclaim my time. Let me go to my next question. So are you aware that Georgia law enforcement officials have used those characterizations to support their charges of domestic terrorism against opponents of Cop City? I'm not, honestly, I can't speak to state law enforcement. What I can do is speak of what we in the Department of Homeland Security do. Because when we don't call it out, when we don't address it, that's what happens. And I get it. You're not part of the state. You can't tell the state what to do, or you're not, it's intricately involved in that. But when we don't speak up to it, and we know what's happening, then they are able to do those things. And that's what this report is about. And it actually affects real people. And let me just also say, the people that show up to protest are usually the ones that care about the issue and are trying to save lives. Folks don't show up to protest usually unless they are sent there, and I know that happens too. But generally, the people that are at the protest, we care. Those folks are showing up because they want to see something done about policing in this community, in this country. They want to see
Entertaining show, huh? I'm gonna throw these away.
police killing, and nobody's doing the actual work to fix it. And so by saying, hey, we're going to show up, put our bodies on the line, that and then turning that around to make it as though those are the folks who are violent, those are the folks who are extreme. If you stop the police violence in this community, in this country, then nobody has to show up for a protest. Let me just say that. And lastly, I will say that I'm concerned about the department's policies against related to immigration enforcement. But I will make sure that I get this documentation to you because I am out of time. But lastly, I would like, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record all the documents that I just put up. No objection. Chairman, gentle lady back. The chair recognizes Ms. Lee. Secretary Marcus. Florida's Attorney General has sued the Department of Homeland Security in the Northern District of Florida, asserting that the policies of your administration violate existing federal law. Federal Judge Alan Weatherall, who has heard evidence and testimony related to your policies, described your parole with alternatives to detention policy as follows. The evidence establishes that the administration had effectively turned the southern border into a meaningless line in the sand, and little more than a speed bump for aliens flooding into the country by prioritizing alternatives to detention over actual detention, and by releasing 1 million aliens into the country on parole or pursuant to the exercise of prosecutorial discretion under a wholly inapplicable statute without even initiating removal proceedings. Thereafter, after additional proceedings and evidence and testimony, the judge heard about your parole with conditions revision, which allows illegal immigrants to be paroled into the U.S. under the expectation that they will check in 60 days and receive a notice to appear at a hearing where we can initiate removal proceedings in court. And there, the judge noted that all total, only 18% of the aliens released under the parole with conditions policy after it was enjoined by the court have been issued a notice to appear and placed in removal proceedings. The additional 82% are either awaiting the issuance of an NTA or their whereabouts are unknown. Secretary Mayorkas, can you tell us as we sit here today, where are the people who have entered this country and been released under your, what you refer to as a parole program, where are they today? The individuals are released because we do not have the detention capacity. We are not funded for the detention capacity to detain everyone. I assure you, individuals who pose a threat. Do you know where they are, Secretary Mayorkas? Congressman, if I may, I want to assure you that individuals.
Listen, I'll need this bank statement from 2004. Go in the trash.
Otherwise, we place individuals who are not such a threat on alternatives to detention. And do you know where those individuals? Those individuals. That would be a yes or no, Secretary Mayorkas. And those individuals are. In this case, you do not. Now, about those who do not show up for failure to appear proceedings for these notices to come to court, what are the consequences that those individuals face?
Those individuals face the consequence of apprehension and removal.
Is it not true that it would be necessary to know who they are and where they are in order to actually initiate removal proceedings from the United States?
those individuals who we do know where they are, and we do initiate removal proceedings. And if individuals abscond, which is a concern that pervades this administration, Congresswoman, we have had absconders for many, many administrations. We have between 11 and 12 million undocumented people. When those individuals are apprehended, they are also subject to
Secretary Mayorkas, what I will note is this. In addition to it being clear that the department has failed to timely respond to requests for information and data about the policies of this administration and the status of all of these individuals who have been released into our country, it is also clear from reviewing the record of the proceedings in the Florida federal court that the department is failing to comply with orders of that court. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance of my time.
With the gentleman from North Carolina.
Going through stuff, determining what needs to be thrown away and what needs to go in the filing
I
cabinet.
thank the gentlewoman and Mr. Mayorkas, you've spoken a lot about the lawful pathways you've created, and I think you rely on your parole authority to do that. Is that right? It's one of the methods, yes, Congressman. What other method is
These
that?
gorillas that are drawn
It's the primary.
over here.
What's the other? And if it's the primary, refugee processing is a lawful pathway, and that's established by statute. The refugee is the parole authority is also codified in statute. It's a discretionary. So here's what it says. It says Attorney General May, in his discretion, parole into the United States temporarily under such conditions as he may prescribe only on a case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit any alien applying for admission to the United States. And you spoke today, it was interesting too, what attracted my attention. You spoke about case-by-case being an individual determination. What is the source of authority that allows you to define categories or classes to then operate, to bring people in and then look at them case-by-case? Congressman, as I've stated, we exercise that parole authority on a case-by-case basis. But you define these categories or classes. What allows you to do that? What authority do you rely on? That defines the individuals who may become eligible for the case-by-case adjudications. Seems intentional to me. Quite demonstrating this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we begin, I ask unanimous consent to request to enter with the record DHS data on U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Objection.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. Thank you for your public service. I'm going to just shift gears a little bit here. As you know, Vermont has recently experienced the worst flooding in our state since the 1920s. Farms, houses, apartments, homes, businesses, and shared community spaces have been devastated, including nearly every single small business in our downtown of our state capital, Montpelier. I've seen the destruction firsthand, and can tell you the recovery is going to be long and hard. Related to this larger issue I'd like to highlight with my time today is the lack of options for small businesses that cannot take on additional debt to rebuild. SBA loans, of course, are a great help, but they are still loans, and we are a rural state made up primarily of small businesses. Of the 79,000 small businesses in the state, 78% are independent contractors or non-employer businesses.
Anyone wants to come on?
Incredibly challenging
Put the link
for these
here.
small businesses to rebuild and take on more liabilities, but their presence in these communities is absolutely vital.
Anyway, getting rid of trash.
Small cities and
Part of
towns,
the.
villages, all
What
of
is
these little
this?
river
Oh
valleys which
shoot!
are
How did this
essentially
fall?
isolated from each other.
Where
And
did this
we
thing
need the
fall,
ability
man?
to rebuild these small businesses. So I've heard directly from these folks that they're having a really hard time.
That's the noise I heard. I heard something.
FEMA has been incredible. They were on the ground just a few days after the emergency. I was able to tour with FEMA leadership as well as folks from Region 1. We're grateful for that help, but I want to make sure that for the long term, we're committed to working with FEMA and DHS to make sure that we find some long-term solutions for small businesses in particular to fill in this gap in the recovery.
Oh.
Along these lines, Mr. Secretary, what can Congress do to aid DHS and FEMA in continuing to react to natural disasters like this, like the flooding in Vermont, which was supposed to be a 100-year flood cycle, and it happened as recently as 12 years ago. So what can we do to partner with you to be more prepared for these?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman. I look forward to partnering with you and other members of the committee to address the challenges that our nation faces. One critical need is, of course, funding for the disaster relief services and assistance that we provide, whether that is financial relief so that businesses and individuals alike can rebuild and recover. We also have critical grant programs that really contribute to the resilience of local communities. That is one very significant way in which we can partner together, and I very much look forward to working with you.
Thank you. And just to put a finer point on it, I was speaking with FEMA Administrator Criswell when she came up to Vermont. Is it accurate to say that FEMA's primary funding source, the Disaster Relief Fund, is going to go into the red as soon as August? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you talk about the importance of DRF funding, especially as we prepare for another hurricane season and these increasingly intense storms that we are bound to see continually as the air warms?
The Disaster Relief Fund is the nucleus of our efforts to assist communities in recovering from natural disasters, which are only increasing in frequency and severity. That is the core fund through which we provide such needed relief for communities across this country, whether it's hurricanes, earthquakes, wildfires, flooding, the natural disasters that we are seeing more and more often.
Thank you. Just two more questions.
It's just stuff I have to go
Is there a role for the agency in mitigating future disasters? We often move from emergency supplementals after the fact. Is there value to more focused funding?
This is when we were training Drusilla the dog. This is practice when she was a puppy, and how we're supposed to train her.
With Congressman Carr following a devastating tornado is assisting communities in revising their building codes so that they are ready for the weather that we encounter today and not the weather that
Stuff I
years ago. We really,
printed
as a nation, have to
from the internet,
infrastructure architecture
and
ready for the extreme weather events.
October 30th, 2000, when the internet was still a new thing to me, and I thought, well, if something's interesting, I need to print it, because then it will be permanent, because I didn't trust the internet. Some of the stuff I'll say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Mayorkas, we stand here yet again to address a crisis that you
I just printed, this is from November of 2000. I just printed all these reviews that people put of the Princess of Mars from the internet. I guess I'll save these just for historical purposes.
Is this the America we want? An America where every town is a water town? An America where our communities, infrastructure, and resources are strained under the weight of unchecked illegal immigration?
What is this?
We know the answer. Our constituents know the
My
answer.
voter registration
The reality is that
from Texas. So I'll save that. This is from January 2020. Oh, okay.
Our southwest border as, quote, the deadliest land crossing in the world, end quote. Unbelievable for America. Are you aware of how many illegals have been encountered at our border and how many gotaways have escaped?
I'm going through all this stuff from paperwork from before I retired, and it's like when you throw it away, all this stuff that says save for your records important, and it makes it real final that you've retired, you know, and you're going through your life, decades of your life, and deciding what to toss, and it's kind of emotional. I should be just like, yeah, sure, throw it all away, but you know, it's like, oh, you know, it's like, well, Why am I saving it exactly? Will it mean anything to anyone, including me? I'll just throw it in a filing cabinet, but it's something about it. This is depressing too. Look at this. Newsweek, last print issue. Is that really true? They don't publish Newsweek anymore? It's just a website now? That's depressing to me.
Your lies to Congress and the American people have put American citizens in danger every single day. And in my mind, this makes your actions criminal.
Just a minute.
All this leaves us at a crossroads, a moment in time where our actions will define the future of the United States of America. This is a call to action. A call to restore sanity at our borders and safety in our communities. A call to ensure that every town in America is no longer a border town. In the words of Ronald Reagan, quote, "A nation that cannot control its borders is not a nation," end quote. The time for action is now. Congress cannot stand by. So we arrive at an inevitable conclusion that I do not take lightly. Secretary Mayorkas, you must resign. Will you resign? No, I will not. I am incredibly proud of the work that is. I understand. The Department of Secretary Mayorkas, if you will not resign, that leaves us with no other option. You should be impeached. I yield back to the chairman. We will stand a recess, Mr. Secretary, for approximately 30 minutes. So I'd like to get started at 2:10, 2:15, and then we have, I think, 4, possibly 5 more, but that should go pretty quick. And I think we got sandwiches and things back there for if you need them. But we'll be back in approximately 30 minutes.
Oh boy.
This just in. If your hair looks like this when air dried, turns out your hair is wavy. So I'm jumping into the
Wave of science fiction movies and the comic. Years ago, a dime gave a kid all sorts of pleasure. That's what a classic comic book used to cost. Today, after seeing what some of these comics are selling for, you shouldn't be surprised at the price of gold. It's not unusual to
I'm trying to remember where things are. Sometimes I'll look at something and then I realize, where is that in this new house?
This is the newest addition to the comic industry, a whole new language inside. But really, comic conventions deal with nostalgia. While it's true that comic books cannot speak, you can find out how people talked. Say 1946. This is an issue of Willie Comics, and you can almost hear the talk of 1946. Golly, I'm late. Have a swell time. Jeepers, holding hands in broad daylight. Shucks, Gene. Boy, it's keen. John Killian, downtown. Talk about a way to escape reality for a while. The annual comic convention offered plenty of out-of-this-world excitement, including worn-out comic books, souvenirs, and even futuristic-looking Star Wars computer games. Many were there just to expand their comic book collections, while others were there just to gaze at the galaxy of characters on hand. Some of them were weird, some of them were pretty nice, and I'm just pretty serious about it. I don't go around putting crazy get-ups on and come down here like some people do, but if that's what they want to do, that's hard. One woman was even a little mad that the convention didn't offer exhibition will be at the San Diego Convention Center through Sunday. It's open to the public and other creatures who might wander in from distant galaxies.
It's with the nostalgia movement, science fiction, fantasy, horror type. It's a really popular art festival. It gathers people who appreciate popular art and just kind of draws them all together in one place.
Sellers, buyers, and traders were out in force flashing plenty of green for various comic books.
Some fantastic
Someone had a band called Shatner.
some Daredevils and X-Men and Star Wars. Some magazines too.
How much?
$70 together.
One seller parted with a 41-year-old comic book. Price $1,200 in cash, which is a considerable investment, potential increase from the original dime in 1940. And if you want more than just comic books,
There's a flyer from the San Diego Comic Con from 2002.
titles, Tale of the Crypt, Iron Man, creepy. As far as these people are concerned, that's literary greatness. Mention a comic book at some boring cocktail party in Rancho Bernardo, and you're branded a nut. No need to hide your identity here from your among friends. Much of what appears between the pages of comic books has been used as movie material. The Conan adventure is now into its second feature film. It began in the mind of Robert Howard, tragically a troubled mind. After 23 books, Howard killed himself. Today, Conan is in the hands of Roy Thomas of Marvel Comics, who finds one part of Conan's creation fascinating.
It's interesting that Howard never describes Conan's facial features because I think he wanted the reader to put his own face in there.
Readers who see themselves in Conan's face are precisely the people Richard Fleischer, the director of the new Conan film, had in mind when it was made.
Wow.
Locations always by common country because certain areas have the common look. Everything is angled toward the common flag.
Conan and all of these comics are fantasy adventure. But at the comic convention in San Diego today, there was at least one moment of doubt. This looked like a character who stepped out of the pages briefly to check the comics for accuracy. Yes, fans, a full
This is my,
wild creatures has
what
arrived
grade is
in the
this?
concourse for the annual comic convention. And your might sponsors tell us this year's convention
This is my report card from kindergarten. I didn't know I had this.
assorted pieces of trivia. This is paradise.
The convention attracts about 5,000
Yeah.
people over a period, and the majority of those people are interested in comic books. A lot of those people are also interested in film and whatnot. So we're not just a comic book convention; we're really a lot more.
The weekend extravaganza.
Wait, this in mine because it says grade assignment for next year in ninth. I don't think I went from kindergarten to ninth. I think actually this year I was not even in school. This is 1969, I see. So this was my brother. My, yeah, I think I wouldn't have had as good marks in kindergarten. Yeah, this is my older brother that was going into ninth grade. Oh well.
The convention is the largest of its kind in the U.S., a four-day gathering now in its 20th year. And at this event, the characters aren't just in the
Look at this. It's from an old yearbook. This guy's drawn John F. Kennedy with a sombrero on. John F. Kennedy was famous for never wearing a hat, and that's if you look at old films from the 50s, 40s, guys always wearing hats, and then when Kennedy didn't wear a hat, it made a lot of guys start not wearing hats. And here's a flyer from the Inwood Theater for the Crumb documentary review on the back. Still some packing peanuts from the move. I think I'm really allergic to this stuff. It really started to affect me. There's Bats magazine. That Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comic, I was there at Lone Star Comics, this new comic on the stands. I think the first issue, they only printed 3,000 copies. And I looked at it and said, oh, okay, it's typical nerds humor. They're trying to do a parody of Ronin and X-Men combined. And it's typical, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I just thought, I was in college, so it wasn't. But anyway, I just passed and bought something else. And now that comic is apparently very valuable. But I passed on it, didn't get it. So I don't know. It just looked amateurish to me. And oh well. Whatever. Why is this off? This is some little fanzine. I don't think you call it a fanzine, some zine that someone put out. When was this from? It's from Fort Worth, Texas. And is there a date on it? Always date your stuff, guys. Always put a date on it. Doesn't look particularly funny. Saying O.J. Simpson is innocent because a space alien was something. It's from the mid 90s, March 1995, looks like. Little punk zine. You never know what you're going to find going through piles of papers. Oh, here's something kind of neat. Flyer for Low Straight Jackets. Playing at Tower Records in Dallas. Wow. Amazing. Oh, here's a high school newspaper. Why did I save this particular issue? No telling. This was the local video arcade, the Wizard Amusement Center. Yeah. Oh, that was on Bowen Road. I remember that. One free play, good for one 25-cent game. I remember that place. I went in there one time. It was kind of, remember that? Yeah. Well, I guess I'll save that. Might as well. I've saved it for 90 years since 1982. Might as well save it. The heck. Here's the flyer. Robert Anton Wilson was going to appear with Reverend Ivan Stang hosting at this coffee shop I used to hang out with at in Dallas. Okay. This can't be that entertaining. Watching me go through papers. Wait. Are they coming back from that break, the Congress? This is the music they play during breaks on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's the music, the Right Side Broadcasting Network's the network that has the Trump rallies. This was a box that these Japanese candies came in. Candies look like that. They're really pretty horrible. The Japanese made great monsters, but not great chocolate. I used to get this at this Japanese supermarket. So I saved the box, of course. Well, okay, fantastic. There's this picture that I'm looking for. Well, the reason being is I see this picture here, and I've got this picture framed of these junior high school kids from 1969, and it's like, where is that picture? Have I hung it up? Did it survive the move? And so now, after I see this copy of it, I'm like, where is it? Oh, I'm like totally like totally. It's got me so flustered. I'm saying the word like. Um, all right, hold on. Yeah, I need to put a clock in here. I know it. Oh, what time is it? Well, it's 1:05. Hold on a second. Okay. I was intending this to be a more entertaining stream. Sorry, now I'm distracted. Uh, that picture's got to be. Oh, I found it, man. Son of a hockey puck. I just found the picture. That's insanity, man. What a relief. Well, somebody tuned out. You had 10 viewers. Okay. Okay. You see these super candy toys? This one has Metamorpho on it. Hey, Fruit the dog, what's up? A bunch of postcards that I can maybe put in this box here. Get this stupid Yu-Gi-Oh box. With a gun in it. But it'd be a perfect place to put these postcards. No, it wouldn't. It's not quite wide enough. Gosh darn it. Well, then it'd be a perfect place to maybe put things like this. And bones. I don't know what that is. It's looks like that's supposed to be a video camera. It's I could probably use that. Put a monster on top of it. I forget what game this was from. Okay. Well, there's another box that's come in here. Yeah. Um, this is the lid of a Wonder Woman box, and it's I'm going to try to put it back together for display purposes. Some people in the chat last week were wondering if the Wonder Woman model ever existed. It was an ad on the back of one of Meyer's magazines, and this definitely did exist. How about that climate change? It's pretty scary, right? It's an existential threat to our democracy. Wonder why it is. You heard that Obama's cook or something was found drowned in his beachfront house. Why does Obama have a beachfront house when climate change is going to cause aren't the beaches going to all go away? It couldn't be that climate change is. Well, we don't want to talk about that because I'll lose subscribers. Well, I gained a couple subscribers back last night. That's cool. That's amazing. In fact, I'm getting stuff done. Trust me, I am. Okay, now it looks presentable. It presents well. This garbage. Whoa! Taking a dive, man. Bunch of discs here. This is some. This has to be from a Spider-Man toy. Where did that stupid thing go from Yu-Gi-Oh? I'll put this in that thing. Just a bunch of cool music recorded on these. Okay, I remember what that is. May 5th, 2021. Christmas 2020. BBOD, August 3rd, 2007. I think this is a bubblegum podcast, bubblegum music podcast. I think that's what that is. That's the problem with acronyms. If everyone forgets what they stand for, then no one knows what they mean. Oh. This must be lectures by Jim Mars. He's a really cool. Look up Jim Mars on YouTube. You'll be entertained for hours. He wrote books on different, what people would call conspiracy theories, like that Oswald wasn't the lonest, shooter and all that. He used to teach a college class at the University of Texas at Arlington in Texas about the JFK assassination. I should have gone to his class. This is all a bunch of music. Ooh, this shell got destroyed in the move. I better. I've got some new shells that I bought thinking. Never mind. Yeah, this is that bubblegum show. That's Bubblegum and Other Delights, I think is what the show is called, or is called. Here's another disc that got, broken in the move, because they dropped the whole box and smashed some cases. This isn't my handwriting. This was done by someone put this together for me. Got all kinds of music on it. Who made this for me? Okay, that's an important disc. There's some home movies. Those need to go in a special box. Okay. There's just not enough lighting and behind me. How do I light it better? Let's see how it looks on the. That music's horrible. No wonder I've lost half my viewers with that background music playing. Music's horrible. No wonder I've lost half my viewers with that background music playing. Am I not entertaining you? Yeah.
24th, 2023.
What is today? 26th. How about that?
Russian authorities said they successfully prevented Ukrainian drone attacks against Moscow and Crimea with Russian forces.
There's some other paintings I did. It's a painting of Vampira. I should frame these. It's a Wolfman painting. Morticia. And Blood of Dracula. How about that? How about that? Amazing. Put this vampire. I'm gonna put this up. This isn't anything valuable. I'm just gonna tape it up. I mean, it's not old. Hey, girl. What's up with you? After back from the recess, they're up on the monkey bars.
Entering our country. The jobs they have might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before.
Not a great uncle in there.
Illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens. In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes, to better identify illegal aliens in the workplace, as recommended by the commission headed by former
This sterling silver tableware at your PX. That's cool. You think I'm out of my mind? It is cool. Cool, I tell you.
Mr. Secretary, I can understand why you didn't stand with me and my colleagues and clap. You didn't want to clap at that because you and Joe Biden believe just the opposite of what President Clinton just said. You believe in open borders and complete chaos. Did you notice the bipartisan support in the chamber? As the video was played, everybody would vote in that chamber. If I were in Congress in 1995, I would have also stood. Because I wasn't, I stand here today. Other than President Donald J. Trump, the greatest president in my lifetime, with the most safest and secure border.
If you grew up with Abraham Lincoln, you would be dead.
Border security is to our nation.
That's what it says inside the book.
Boy, oh boy, have times changed. 28 years later, the left has gone off the rails. They've gone completely nuts. They've done just the opposite of what the leader of the Democrat Party, President Clinton,
This is
stood for. On border security in
when I put all those movie tickets in the other day. I want to put it in the closet.
I assume he stood. It seemed like the majority, if not all of the entire chamber, they stood. Matter of fact, Mr. Clinton delivered his speech in the third year of his first term. And he was reelected in 1996. He beat Bob Dole, won by over 8 million votes, won the Electoral College 379 to 159. He had the support of the American people, and I'm going to assume the ranking member also voted for Bill Clinton in 1996. We have two other members, Ms. Jackson and Ms. Warren. They were both freshmen at the time. I will assume they stood during that powerful speech as well. If you know why they supported and voted, they voted for legislation in 1996 strengthening our immigration laws. I applaud them for that. So what's changed, folks? What's changed with the Democrat Party? I'll tell you what's changed. If you would have heard President Clinton's
Oh man, only 4 people watching. Oh man, I'm not entertained.
speech, I don't believe that President Clinton was called a racist, a white supremacist who hated immigrants, as the left and the dishonest media has painted Donald J. Trump to be. Mr. Mayorkas, there's a reason why you and Joe Biden have allowed 5.5 million people to cross their southern border. This is about votes and elections. I have a report from the Heritage Foundation titled Tracking Movement of Illegal Aliens from NGOs to Interior of the USA. Why do you think NGOs have moved illegal immigrants to 431 of the 435 congressional districts? The truth is, hear me, it's because the Democrats' progressive policies are not acceptable to Americans. Heritage obtained a sampling of approximately 30,000 cell phones that were tracked to NGOs along border states. They tracked approximately 22,000 devices at 20 NGO locations in January 2022. The same devices were later traced to 431 separate U.S. congressional districts, and of the 52 with the highest rate of tracked devices, 71 of them were Republican congressional districts. The report revealed that it's not a coincidence.
Hang records up and they look cool on the wall.
Continue rise in supply surplus neighbors. That surplus drives down the wages of existing middle class and lower class job holders until they leave the job forces, and then they're forced to go on welfare with the hopes that they will become loyal supporters of the Democrats. That's what this is all about. If this isn't about votes, one party rule, keeping the Democrats in power, I make this suggestion. If you put the American people first, you should refer back to Trump's border policies, but you won't because you hate him. You despise the man. So give Bill Clinton a call, and then he can help you with the border crisis. As President Clinton stated, we are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. You, sir, have betrayed constitutional order, neglected your duty, and violated the trust of the American people. And as a nation of laws, I look forward to your impeachment.
That was a good speech. I like that.
Mr. Secretary, last year you testified before this committee that this administration's policies were not responsible for the surge of illegal border crossings. And today you testified that this administration's
has nothing to do with the dramatic change in policies you had. And then there's a brief decline, and you cite that as evidence that you're doing a good job. And I think that's why so many Americans have lost faith in this administration's ability to secure the border. But I want to actually reference some remarks you made that I found somewhat encouraging. This was on the topic of detainers. You made these remarks early in your tenure here in April of 2021 at a UCLA discussion with the Immigration Law and Policy Center. You said this. You said you referred to an example of someone who crossed the border illegally and went on to commit sex offenses. And you said, I do not believe that individual should be released into the community. You said, I think the state facility should turn that individual over to ICE directly. And you added, I think that is a public safety need. You went on to say that after such a person had served their sentence, if they were a citizen, there might be no way to keep them out of the community. But you said, I have a tool at my disposal with respect to an individual who unlawfully entered the country. You said, I feel strongly about this. This is a tool that I have at my disposal. This is a tool I feel obligated to employ, and I'm going to protect the public, you said. Very strong statement in favor of detainers. And yet, over the last couple of years, we have seen the actual use of detainers decline dramatically. Fiscal year 2021, there were 65,000. Fiscal year 2022, 78,000. That's about half the average during the Trump administration, about one-third the average during the Obama administration. So if detainers are such a powerful tool, why did you use them so sparingly? Congressman, let me make it very important point that individuals who pose a threat to public safety, national security, are detained. That is the immigration policy of the Department of Homeland Security under my leadership. But why are you detaining much less than your predecessor? Individuals. One is our detention capacity is limited, which is why we prioritize public safety and national security threats, number one. And number two, detainers are sometimes not honored by particular jurisdictions. I want to go on to that in a second, but just briefly, has the White House directed you to limit the use of detainers? Congressman, that's a yes or no question. Has the White House? Congressman, really. Okay, thank you. So on this topic of jurisdictions not honoring detainers, you have been critical of these so-called sanctuary jurisdictions. In a 2022 speech to the U.S. Conference of Mayors, you said some of your cities have declined to cooperate with immigration authorities in the removal, the apprehension, and removal of individuals, even if those individuals pose a public safety threat. You said, I will be coming to you and asking you to reconsider your position of non-cooperation. The public safety, the public's well-being, for which we are all charged, is, I think, an issue you said. So, Mr. Secretary, you agree that sanctuary policies threaten public safety? Congressman, what do you mean by sanctuary policies? The definition that you gave right there, where you said the declining to cooperate with immigration authorities in the removal, the apprehension, or removal of individuals, even if those individuals pose a public safety threat. Are those sanctuary policies as you define them as threat to public safety? Sanctuary policies are defined differently by different communities. But to your definition, if I may, is it a threat to public safety? I do not consider it in the service of public safety to release an individual into the community when that individual can't be released to Immigration and Customs Enforcement for profit. Thank you. Do you oppose state policies that forbid local authorities from cooperate with ICE? I am aware of some that I do oppose. So you oppose California's sanctuary state law? I am not familiar with the particulars of that law. Have you encountered California's restrictions on cooperation with federal immigration force? Congressman, I believe it is imperative that we cooperate with one another. Jurisdictions cooperate with us when it serves public safety need. Thank you. I'm out of time, but I would like to restate for the record that the policies you said that you oppose, overriding the ability of local jurisdictions to cooperate, is exactly what California's sanctuary state law is. Thank you. That's the gentleman in Colorado. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. I know it's been a long day today, and I am certainly grateful to you for your service to our country. And I wonder, I have some questions about FEMA. As you may recall, we've spoken previously with respect to some natural disasters that we faced in the state of Colorado.
expound on a prior answer that you had ample opportunity to do so. Congressman, I very much appreciate the invitation. I recall that quite a number of times I have not been able to complete my responses, but I look forward to the opportunity to answer your questions. I do think it's important, for those Americans who are watching to perhaps provide them with some context about various resolutions serving our country. Maybe you could just talk a bit about, before you were appointed and confirmed as Secretary of Homeland Security, Congressman, I have been, I think it's my 22nd or 23rd year of federal service. I joined the federal government because this country's needed so much. My family, we came here seeking refuge when the communists came over Cuba. I began my federal service as an assistant United States attorney, as a federal prosecutor. I worked in that capacity for almost 9 years before I was appointed by President Clinton.
This is like a Terminator figure. When he's broken, he's supposed to be like that, but somehow he's stuck in this permanent. Oh, I thought he was broken. I thought, wait, his neck is sticking up like a moron. I guess I'll just have to live with him having a giraffe neck. Okay. Amazing. Why is this penny here? Is it a weak penny? Oh, this is perfect. See, that's why you save this, is then she becomes one of the super friends. That's outstanding. He popped up. What a stupid toy. Well, how is this supposed to frighten the people of the future? This guy popping up. My God.
There have been recent concerning reports that FEMA's disaster relief fund, the DRF, which is the main funding source, as you know, through which it provides support to state, local, and tribal.
Is it one? Oh, shoot. It's 144. 1 second.
We are seeing an increase in both the frequency and severity of
admission speech misinformation is not stripped of its First Amendment protection. That is so even if the speech is untrue, as some false statements are inevitable if there is to be an open and vigorous expression of views in public and private conversation. In refusing to carve out a First Amendment exception for false speech, the framers of our Constitution recognize the significant danger in making the government.
I'm supposed to wake my wife up from a nap at 1:30, and I realized it was 1:44. I don't know how to make this moron not do that. Ooh, I got it. I just can't get the head down.
Originally intended to combat foreign terrorist organizations' operations in the U.S., it has become yet another government tool weaponized against citizens.
Well, he's an honorary super friend.
Protected affiliations and speech. One grant to the University of Dayton for a program.
Feels incredibly humid in here.
Hosted a seminar entitled Extremism, Rhetoric, and Democratic Precarity. One of the speakers, a known Antifa.
There's no air conditioning. Oh, Myra's here.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on?
Nothing. Just finished eating lunch. Getting the organizing done.
Huh?
Getting some organizing done.
Yeah, trying to. You familiar with this Terminator figure? I think he's a Terminator.
No, I've never seen it before.
I thought he was broken. I guess. Oh, see, he keeps breaking. He's supposed to be like that, and then he'll pop up like that for some stupid reason.
Oh, and so there's some way that he's supposed to lock down, and then some sort of mechanism that he pops back up, right?
Well, there's a lever. I don't know how to work this.
Will it catch?
Ooh, I think I got him.
There you go. That's it.
He won't stay.
Oh, he won't stay.
I don't think he will. But watch him stay.
That's probably, I guess, maybe Terminator 2 from the 90s. Is that what that would be from, maybe? Maybe they made a cartoon? I don't know.
I don't know. I thought they made just a bunch of imaginary Terminator figures like they did with Alien. They had like a bull alien and
I remember.
they had a chicken alien, every kind of animal.
Water. I bought one that had it had a rubber head and it would suck up water. I think it was the gorilla alien or something.
Yeah, I have that somewhere. Yeah.
I just remember it because I had it. And then at the time, this is a long time ago, man. My kids were like 2 and 4 at this time. And so I just gave it to them. It became one of their bath toys. They were squirting each other with alien acid in the bathtub.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's how long ago that was. My kids, my son would turn 27 today. My youngest son is 27 today. How crazy is that? 27.
Oh, okay.
My God. Yeah, 27. The other one will be 30 in a couple months. It's pretty crazy.
Found this flyer for silverware. It says, "At your PX."
Isn't that funny? That's cool. That's neat.
I don't know. Some people think that's trash, I guess.
Oh, I don't think it's trash. I think it's really cool. You know, I like all the old stuff more. I could probably do with some organizing too. I have like boxes to break up, and I've got stuff to go through as well. Same type of thing. Toys to put away and things to organize, and got a couple. I still have a couple of frames, and anyway, yeah, I've got shit to do too. But it's nothing, same thing. Sitting around not doing much.
Are you going on 4-color fossils?
I don't know. Maybe I might. I probably will. I have stuff that I could probably pull out and show. It depends how I feel. It's been a while since I took a break. I think I went on for 2 weeks straight.
That magazine.
I don't go on as often as you do. I'll do 2 weeks and then I'll miss a week. Then I'll do 2 weeks and I'll miss a week. Something like that.
You showed a magazine last night, and in the corner it had Iris Bristol.
Yeah,
she was a British model. these beautiful blue eyes.
So
I've got a
that's
real
an incredible
striking.
pictorial inside of there. Let me pull it out. Let's see if we can show
Well,
without
yeah, it
showing
may
any
not
nudity.
be showable, but
You want to see if there's no nudity, you want to look at it? There might be some good pictures of her. If I remember right, there's great pictures of her inside of there.
yeah, Iris Bristol is one that stands out from the from that time period.
Yeah, I
You know, it's the,
remember. It's how that works. How funny it is when you're, I'm going through stuff that I haven't looked at in years. So when I did read that off that cover, I immediately remembered that she was important. That was you know what I mean?
Mara Corday stands out too, but she was in movies. She was in monster movies, so she actually made it to Hollywood. Iris Bristol could have been in some British movies. I don't know, but
These magazines smell so good, man. I mean, really, they just smell like the inside of what like a barber shop or a dime store used to smell like. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Like it's a part of the smell of what an old pharmacy used to smell like. It's like just a part of what the store used to smell like.
yeah.
This is a weird article. There's an article in here called Women Who Became Men.
Okay.
And it shows like some real gals in sports. This is weird. Okay, no, that's not Iris Bristol. That's a Havana Peep Show. Here she is. Okay. Boy, yeah, she's really got blue eyes. You can tell in the pictures. She's got really light eyes, right?
Yeah,
it's just cleavage. There's no nudity here, but you can see
yeah.
her eyes are very light. It says Iris Bristol, the Fallout Shelter girl. What does that mean, Ratu?
I don't know.
Let me read what it says. It says a poll of, okay, so there's no nudity. I'll show you. It's not going to be any nudity. A poll of 250 California fraternity men voted red-headed model Iris, the girl we'd most like to come up out of a fallout shelter with.
Into the radioactivity and into certain death and all your hair falling out.
It looks like in this picture, well, it kind of looks like a bomb, but it's actually the front of a 57 Bel Air. See that?
Yeah, yeah.
That's the bumper on a Bel Air. That's all. This was all made of black rubber. They're really cool. It's like that's. What is she doing down here?
So that's demonstrating coming out of a fallout shelter.
That's, yeah. And she's using some hedge clippers here. And then this is her climbing out of the fallout shelter, I guess.
Okay.
She's looking cat-like. And that's it. That was the entire, it's just 2 pages. The only text is that, man. How weird is that? There's five photographs and 1 sentence about the 250 California fraternity men who voted that they would most like to come out of the fallout shelter with Iris.
Yeah. Do you really think they did that poll?
No, of course not.
It's the same pollers that said that Biden got 81 million votes.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't think so. What are the odds that, I mean, there's very little of what's in here is actually true fact, probably.
Oh, sure. So that's Sir Magazine. What month and year?
This is the one that says mental castration by your wife on it. It's July of 1962. And 62. This is like this is right around the time. This is like the era of these magazines that I would have seen when I always talk about where I saw these. This is because I would have seen them in like the late 60s, early 70s. So these were kind of the ones that were still sitting around. You know what I mean? This was kind of the era of it right here. 62 probably. Because all the guys that I was hanging out that were reading these were all guys our age. They were all guys that were like World War II vets that were in their late 50s, early 60s, on the
Yeah.
edge of starting to retire and just hang out in the barber shop playing cards and stuff.
And my father told me in the VFW that the World War II veterans were kind of snobbish against people that were in the Korean War. It
Oh,
wasn't
really?
cool. It wasn't as cool. You weren't as cool if you were just in the Korean War. And I would imagine Vietnam vets probably wouldn't be hanging out in the VFW because I think that's like a whole
He
other
doesn't even know
generation.
what. It was a police action. Look at this motor-powered sled that she's in with her helmet on.
Oh wow.
I've never seen that device. It's like a snowmobile.
Yeah.
The Army's newest poison gas experiments. Bill Krenz, strictly GI column. The mental castration of husbands. Okay, here's the article that we've been seeing on the cover there.
Oh my gosh. Well, that magazine's very much ahead of its time, apparently.
Wow. There's some good, really, what's interesting about this all is that there's always the art in here. Everything about this is always really well done. Like there's none of them that are like, that look like the Erie publication version. You know what I mean? There's no like real low budget ones with poor editing or poor art direction or it's all really well done, right?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
the cover artists were always great.
And then the inside artists too. Very often, like the art that will be on the title pages of the stories will also be like these famous guys that are now famous to us. We'll be like, oh shit, that's like a famous dude who just painted that, you know.
Your sound seems real low today for some reason.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't know. Is that something? It's just a telephone, right?
Yeah, it should be. It's the same, I think.
Unless the tripod's obscuring the microphone somehow.
That might be it. That might be it. I was just thinking. I thought that exact same thing, and I thought, you know, maybe I should take it out of. If I took the phone out of the case that it's in, everything would be better. I've been thinking about that recently, and it's about time to get a new phone anyway. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you. It's just a little more muffled than usual.
And is it still the same kind of muffled?
It might be louder, but it seems a little bit muffled, like
right,
you're in a cardboard box or something.
Let me try something. Is that better? Does it sound better?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how I sound. I probably sound the same.
You kind of sound you sound like you normally do.
Yeah, you sound okay.
Okay. All right.
I'm trying to figure out lighting for this room for
Can you hear me okay?
yeah.
So I was watching this program that I watch, these guys that do it's over there with the Sam Hyde channel where his friends do this real estate. They do this live stream where they look at Zillow and real estate listings, and, you know, people like, and so I was looking at one yesterday, and it was and he opened up the listing and started looking at the house, and he goes, and you know, these are guys in probably their early 30s. He goes, wow, it's totally atomic is the term he used. He said it's total, and so the interior of this house, as well as the exterior, was completely atomic. It looked like 1958. The entire design, all the linoleum, all the appliances, all the fixtures were like 58. Were about 58, and it was all completely redone and updated. So even though he had inside of there the old range top, it was completely beautiful. It looked like a brand new range top from 1958, and the refrigerator as well. But he said atomic. He said it a couple times. He goes, "This is really cool. It's totally atomic. Like, you got to have a girlfriend that looks like Betty Page to live in this house. You got to grease your hair back." He said all the stuff that we typically talk about the anachronists, you know?
Right. But there are people that will buy those houses and gut them, and they're normal people that don't like all that.
How horrible would that? How much would that suck if you were that homeowner that dumped all that money into that and you built this baby and had this idea of selling it to this trad couple of of weirdos with horn-rimmed glasses and Betty Page hair, and instead it's a real estate developer that doesn't give an F and just guts it, like you said.
Yeah. So you're saying this was not carefully preserved by someone that bought it new. It had been redone by someone that made it time period correct. And
yes, it was a purposeful restoration. It was a tract home. It was a tract home in Florida that looked like it had been built in about 56 or 58, but it was completely updated and beautified. So the exterior looked like the listing, the house from the outside and the inside, looked very much like a model home listing. They had done such a good job that it looked like a fake house. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That I don't think someone would, if the house was all brand new, old, I would hope someone wouldn't do that to it.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
My friend bought a house in Texas, and that was right out of that time period, and made it even better, fixed it up even nicer, restored it. But then was having to commute from Fort Worth to Dallas, which is a pretty far commute. That would take easily an hour. Plus, you got all that traffic, and he said he was almost killed every day in the traffic. And so they wound up selling it because he wanted to live closer to work. So, and it was a house with a giant dome in the backyard that had the original owner was wanting to go into business selling domes.
Oh, like geodesic domes?
Geodesic dome.
The ones made out of triangles?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
It was gigantic, and it was attached to the house, but he took the little walkway where you went through into it away because it was not in good shape. But I've got pictures of it. Have you seen me show pictures of that before?
I don't think so. No, I don't remember.
I know just where they're at. Let me get this lamp plugged in here real quick.
Remember how I told you that I wasn't the best of student, especially like in my junior and senior year. So I went to like a continuation high school, and at this continuation high school, it was, at the beach in Monterey, and it was so laid back that the office of the school was one of those geodesic dome buildings, and everyone in the school wanted you to call them all by their first name. So the principal, he was Bruce, and the receptionist was Sandy, and it was filled with like ferns and plants, and they wore Birkenstocks. It was really funny, like really stereotypical California granola 1981. It was it was very funny, but it was a great school. It's really easy because I wasn't stupid. I just didn't want to apply myself. So all I had to do was fill in the blanks,
We went in this kind of health nut store that has all these different kinds of natural pills and health type food, and they were going out of business, and they were just saying, take whatever you want, just because it's just going in the dumpster. I got this store display. It's a brain Prevagen, improves memory. That's just.
I think that's cool. You could, that's the type of stuff that I love to say, because you could definitely do something with that. You could
I'm
paint
still
that and
trying to
make
think
something.
what to do with it. I did have I could do something with it. Put some kind of little skulls on it or something.
Or make it your own personal charging station for your phone somehow.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You could paint it up and add stuff to it, like use some Sculpey or something, and then paint it and like put tentacles out of it, or lobster claws or crab claws coming out of it or something, and then run a cord underneath through it.
Yeah. Oh boy. I'm trying to figure something out here. So, you gonna show magazines tonight?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I might.
Last week was probably my favorite episode ever, as far as the kind of stuff that was being shown.
Oh, cool! That was when you weren't there, and we were showing all that stuff that you're like. There was all the stuff that you would have shown, all the stuff that you like. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah, I only have one box left of these magazines that I've been going through, and then now I have to get into the stacks that are in a different area, but they're still all out and easy to reach. But I don't know how cool it's all. You know how it feels like when you feel like you might have gone through the coolest stuff already. You know what I mean? You're like, well, I don't know if there's anything good left.
Yeah, well, you realize that when you go on a show like that, not everyone watches your channel all the time, because they're all acting like they've seen it for the first time. And
right.
Yeah, the men's adventure magazines, you probably want to be kind of cool with those, because it's kind of a show that you want to keep kind of clean.
I agree.
I don't think everyone understands that. But
I definitely still have more old Marvel magazines to look at.
Yeah, I can pull up Marvel magazines too.
And Warren's too.
I think a lot of people just don't collect the magazines, even though it's a lot of the same characters in them. They just never got them when they were kids.
In some instances, like, I know that the 7-Eleven that I used to go to, when I was buying comics at 7-Eleven, I was completely just focused on the spinner rack. So I wasn't, and even if I was looking at the magazines and looking to pick up a Mad, I wasn't looking to the left or right of Mad. I was just grabbing Mad. Isn't that funny? But then as I got a little older, about 11 or 12, I started noticing Creepy and Eerie and Vampirella. So right around 75, 76 is when all of my Warren stuff starts then. It's because at the same time, my older cousin had been buying Famous Monsters and Creepy, and I noticed them at his house. So then I started recognizing the telltale signs of a Warren magazine, the shape and the design of it. And so I'm like, oh, okay. And so I started buying them then. Like I said, about 76, 75 is when I started.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember where the wall socket is back behind these boxes.
Oh, hey, this is kind of funny. So my son sent me a text the other day, and in the text he sends me a panel from a King Conan comic book that he was reading. And he goes, and he says, in this King Conan comic that I'm reading, Conan's son, travels to the Hyborian version of Japan, and he meets his half brother. And the implication is that Conan traveled to this version of Japan and impregnated a woman and left her behind. And my son says it's just like that episode of King of the Hill where Hank Hill meets his half Japanese brother, because remember Hank Hill had that crazy Vietnam from King of the Hill. He had the crazy World War II veteran dad, and it turned out that Hank Hill had a Japanese brother that was his half brother that was like him but a Japanese version. But my son like made that connection. He goes, "Isn't this weird? I had never even heard that before. Have you heard that Conan has a half Japanese son?"
No. I wonder if that's in the actual. I kind of don't know if that's in the actual Howard books or stories.
I would think not, because I think it's like I said, "What issue is that?" And he's like 28 or 29 or something. Like I didn't read past issue 5 of King Conan, but he's got them all and he reads them all. He's reading them all.
Yeah, I mean, I have. I'm sure I have that issue of King Conan, but it's been a few decades. It seems like that would have stuck in my memory, though. Oh, boy. I wonder how hot it is outside today. It feels different in the house. Let's see. It's 91.
Oh, wow. Maybe what's the humidity like, though?
70%.
Oh, okay. That seems
the dew
pretty high.
point is 80% right now. Let's see what this machine in here says. It says 48%. The whatever you call it, machine. Oh boy.
I called Kevin yesterday and picked up a couple things from him over the phone for his because of the BOGO sale,
Right.
We had a nice conversation. It was nice. We talked for like a half hour. It was good. We just kind of talked about everything.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yesterday. What is that? Oh yeah, he was open yesterday. Yeah. Let's keep track of what day today is. Yeah, you were on here earlier when he was on, right? I remember. Yeah, you were.
Yeah, I was in the chat. I was on my walk when you went live, when you guys were talking.
Yeah.
I was at the beach most of the time.
It has to be back here. There it is. All right.
Carpetbagger had
light.
What's that?
What? I said the room just doesn't have enough light, but go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say anything. Maybe some of that. Well, I don't know. Track light. Well, I don't know. Yeah, you just need more light on the exterior, like maybe a lamp or something on the near the wall. I was just going to say about Carpetbagger's video this morning. I haven't watched it all because it's long. He posted like about an hour video today, but it looks like he's just talking about what's going on with him. He's just sitting in the car and explaining how he does what he does and how he lives out of his car. One of the things that kind of blew my mind, he said in the past 2 years, he's only slept in like a regular bed for no longer than 2 weeks at a time. So he's like sleeping in motel rooms or his car for almost every day of the past 2 years. It's kind of crazy.
But he was married.
Well, he got a divorce.
Oh, he did?
He got divorced. That's what he was talking about this morning. He got divorced. He's got a new girlfriend. He's going back home I guess his daughter is starting college, and then his ex-wife is moving, so he's moving back into his old house, and he's getting his house back, and then maybe his girlfriend is moving in with him at his new house or something. I don't know, or at the old house, but that's what he was talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, I remember watching him during the pandemic, and that probably didn't work at all. And yeah, it didn't work at all. But yeah, he was just in his memorabilia room, and there was nowhere for him to go. There for a while.
That light looks better. It looks better. The light looks better.
Let me give myself a full screen for a second.
Yep. Hold up a comic book, and yeah, it looks better.
I don't know. It seems like it's looked better before.
Can you put a light next to the camera or behind the camera? What does that do? Or do you already have a light facing you? Do you have a?
Yeah, I have lights on the other side of the computer.
Okay.
I
mean, it looks okay to me. I don't know what it looks okay.
I don't know.
I think I started watching him around the same time as what you're talking about, because it was when I first started collecting old toys, and he was into Mold-A-Rama, and so he was showing those Mold-A-Rama figures that I was interested in, and he had a few videos showing different Mold-A-Rama machines that he had gone to, and so that was me starting watching him, was Mold-A-Rama. And then also I think I first heard about him because of Adam the Woo.
Yeah.
And Adam the Woo, I mean, he goes so far back. I'm pretty sure the way I found out about Adam the Woo was through my youngest son. So when my son was still in high school, it was when I first discovered that I could watch YouTube on my television with my PlayStation 4, right? And so I'm barely watching any YouTube channels, and I'm just discovering it. And so then my son says we should watch this Adam the Woo guy. And so, Adam would post his videos like every morning about like 6 a.m. California time. And so it became a total morning ritual for me and my son. When we would get up in the morning, I would get up for work and he would get up for school. We would have breakfast, and we would watch Adam the Woo for like 15 minutes together every morning. And it became like one of our things. Yeah.
Yeah, my wife is kind of annoyed by Adam the Woo.
I don't watch him anymore. So I don't watch his morning. So, I mean, I go in and out, but I haven't watched him in a long time.
I haven't either. I used to watch it all the time too. Nothing changes at all. So ridiculous.
Oh, this is better though. This is better. That light that was behind you is not there, and it's less distracting, I think.
Yeah. Hey, we got another guy coming in.
Hey, all right. Who do we got?
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hey,
is that Eddie Holland? No, it's not Eddie Holland. What's up?
What's going on? I was checking out your channel and I saw you did the stream thing, and I want to come over and say hello and say what's up.
This new thing being what new thing?
Oh, I saw your live stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to come and say what's up, see how you're doing.
Oh yeah, I'm doing okay. Just trying to organize. It's never ending thing.
Yeah.
You've been
I like
watching
your
for a while?
Yeah, I like your collection. I've seen some of your videos. I watched the last live one y'all did. It was pretty cool. I enjoyed it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
What part of the country are you in?
I am from the home of the Alamo.
Oh, San Antonio.
There you
Oh, wow.
go.
Oh, we talk about San Antonio. Nice to meet you,
Yeah.
Edward.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
that
Mr.
San
Meyer.
Antonio is my hometown, and
Is it
so I
really?
talk about it a lot.
Is
Even
it
though I
really?
only lived there a total of 7 years of my life, the first 5 years of my life, and then third and fourth grade.
Oh, okay.
But that's where my mother came from, and I guess my dad met her there when he was in the Army.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I was watching y'all's videos. Like I don't collect a lot of comics and stuff, but I'm learning to get into it slowly but surely, you know.
Yeah.
And I love the art. I think the art aspect is the cool part of all this. Like you don't have to like comics, but you can like art.
Yeah. Well, in modern comics today, that's about all you've got, because the writing, I don't know. Not that I haven't read much of them, but it seems like most of them hardly have any words in them at all.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of great artists in the history of comics that some that have been forgotten and some that are celebrated.
Yeah.
Who are some of the artists that you've discovered?
Like, I mean, number one is Stan Lee, obviously. Stan Lee, I think, is like on the Mount Rushmore of artists in those departments.
Well, Stan Lee was a writer, though.
Okay, I always thought he was an artist as well.
Well, I think I've seen some drawings he did, but they weren't that great. No, he was mainly like a writer. The artist would bring him the art, and then he would basically punch up the story and make the dialogue, punchy and everything. Although a lot of the artists actually kind of plotted the story, he would make it. And then he was also a kind of a salesman. He would.
I
think you're frozen, Gratu.
Yeah. Where are y'all from, Mr. Meyer? Where are you from, sir?
I live in San Francisco.
Oh, it's a beautiful city.
Yeah, it was a lot more beautiful, but it's still pretty nice.
Is it really? I haven't been to San Francisco in God knows how long, but it's like the last time I went, it just seemed like there was a lot of homeless and it looked sketchy, and it's gotten kind of like, not hating on it, but just.
Yeah, you're right. It has. That's the truth. I talk about it every day.
I was in LA about a month ago now. I was in LA. I was in Santa Monica, Venice Beach area, even downtown, and it seemed like traffic, homeless, and then beautiful views. Like that's pretty much summed it up for me right there.
Yeah, that's kind of it. Yep. Makes you not want to leave your neighborhood if you've got that kind of surrounding you. So you just kind of stay at the beach, and that's what I do.
Even then, I would still skate by like the boardwalk in the few spots like Santa Monica, and I still have to make sure I didn't hit a homeless person or bump into somebody by accident like that.
Yeah, they've actually been really trying to clean that up. They've been really trying to clean up both Santa Monica and Venice the past year or so, and it still looks like crap,
Yeah.
They move people out, and then the people just relocate to a different spot, and then they move, and they just keep relocating and moving around.
Yeah. We had a big problem in San Antonio like that. Our mayor and a few people at the city council were like, "The hell of y'all, we're gonna." They started squatting at certain spots, and they were like, "Hey, y'all got 48 hours, pack your stuff. That's a nice way of putting it too. Pack your stuff and get the hell out, or we're going to get you out. Like there's no, they're cutting it out, you know?
Right.
But yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Do you go on and do shows on YouTube at all, or? Edward, do you do any shows on?
No, I don't have enough subscribers, so whenever I see someone's link, I'll hit them up and just say what's up to them, you know? But I'm always down for an intelligent conversation, and I love to learn. I mean, even though I don't know much about comics, like even with Stan Lee thing, I learned something new today. I thought Stan Lee was an artist, and now I found out he was more of a writer. See, I mean, that's something new. That's cool to learn.
The artist that created most of the Marvel characters was Jack Kirby, that worked with Stan Lee, but they kind of parted on bad terms.
Okay.
So Jack Kirby created almost all the characters that you would have seen in the movies. Spider-Man was created by Steve Ditko, but I mean, the way that would work is that Stan Lee would say, I have an idea for a character. He has the powers of a spider. And he'd sit down with this artist, Steve Ditko, and then he would draw the character. And then he'd kind of give them an idea sometimes for the story, or sometimes he'd let them go off on their own, and they draw the story, and then they bring the pages back with, and in the margins of the paper, they'd kind of say what's going on. And then Stan Lee would fill in the balloons and write the dialogue, and then he would market it to the kids. So,
and this would be called the Marvel method, Edward.
Okay.
So this would be important it would be important to comics what Stan is doing, but he really is just a writer at this point. He's a writer.
Okay. Learn something new.
He kind of just became a salesman. But the thing is, he wrote a couple of books in the 70s, and he kind of credited himself as being the sole creator of some of the characters, and that rankled the artist. And but the characters wouldn't have been successful without him. He was very important. But it's a big kind of a big mess. But the artists that what other artists are there? Other artists that you know of that are interesting to you? Or?
The artists I look up aren't the artists y'all probably look up. I'm more into art. Like I'm not into. I don't know much about comic book art, but I know more about like art, like throughout the histories. And I'm talking about like Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko, Cy Twombly. Who else? George O'Keefe. Those are like the artists I know of more.
Right. Well, as far as the great artists in the history of comics, you'd want to look into people like Alex Raymond, and Hal Foster, and Jack Kirby that I just mentioned. And
I've heard of Jack Kirby. I've heard of his name before.
A guy named Wally Wood was great.
Okay.
Frank Frazetta. He's kind of a crossover into the art world where he's had art.
It's funny that you bring up the art thing, because I was watching an interview. It popped up on my YouTube feed. It was by Cesar Romero. If you remember who he was, Cesar Romero. Do you remember?
Cesar Romero. Yep.
Yeah, it's from the 1960s, and this girl's interviewing him, and Caesar's got the Joker hair and the makeup on, and he's smoking a cigarette, and it was so cool to listen to him talk. And how what's funny is the girl was interviewing him, and he did not know too much about the Joker character itself, which is funny. Like, you would think you would get in depth in the role and know who this person is, and Caesar's just smoking a cigarette like, I know a little bit, but, it's not my number one thing to learn about. And I thought that was kind of interesting hearing him talk.
Well, Cesar Romero was a big leading man in the golden age of Hollywood, and he was older then, and they gave him a role in a TV series, and he was not in every episode. You know, he
Yeah, that's what he
probably,
said.
I mean, how many hours did he actually of the series was he actually in it as the Joker?
Yeah.
You know, he didn't even shave. He wouldn't shave his mustache. They just painted the white
Yeah,
makeup
that's
over his
what-
mustache
Yeah.
because that was his trademark.
They
But-
brought that up too. Like he wouldn't do it. He would not allow it. He put it in the contract. That was not going to go.
But he did a great job playing the Joker, or the Joker as he was portrayed in the 1950s comic books, or 40s comic books. But
Yeah.
but yeah, he wouldn't necessarily have to have a great encyclopedic knowledge of the character because that's just the role he was playing. For, you know, but that's how he's probably best known today by a lot of people. That you know, because the generation that watched him in the theater when he was a leading man, they're pretty much in their 90s now, if they're still around. So he's pretty much now the Joker.
I like the fact that like when he talked, he didn't in the interview. It's only like 3 minutes, not very long, but he doesn't get too much into the character. He still knows who he is. Where you see some of these new age Hollywood actors, they'll lose a ton of weight, or they'll get so in depth in this character they don't even know. It's almost like they don't know who they are anymore. You know, like,
yeah, that's all. That's kind of a mental illness that was started in the 50s. That was the new. That was a style of acting from what was the acting studio that started that?
It was Lee Strasberg.
Lee Strasberg, and people like Marlon Brando and James Dean, that generation were the first to, you know, kind of like become the characters, and they would, you know, like Robert De Niro was big into that. He would, you know, for Raging Bull, look like he build up himself up where he looks like a professional boxer, and then at the end he's an old guy and he's out of shape, and so he got fat for the end. It didn't have a fat suit built for him. He just actually, and he was never able to recover from that getting fat. He was always a little out of shape in every other movie he ever made. Yeah, that's that interview you saw was the Batman TV series started in January of '66, and then they immediately started a movie, and the movie came out in the summer of did I say 76, 66? The movie came out in the summer of '66, and that interview was promoting the movie, which had its premiere in Austin. And so that what you saw was probably filmed by a local Austin TV station, I think.
Yes, of course.
I think that's what that was. Yeah, and there's also interviews with Lee Merriweather, who played the Catwoman in that movie. That was the only time she played. She had been Miss America because Julie Newmar was filming a Western and couldn't break free from that. So that movie has the major villains all teamed up and on a submarine. That's I've seen that interview.
Damn, you're very knowledgeable. Wow.
Oh yeah, well, you have been into this stuff for a long time, but you know, it's a rough time to get into comics because the comics of today are horrible from what I can see, and with maybe a few exceptions. So you'd want to get reprints of old comics, which you can do. And I think there's some good comic stores in San Antonio, where and they might be able to steer you in if you say I'd say I'm interested in comic books from before 1975, and that if you do that, you're probably gonna. Although there's good comics after 75, it just that's my era. You know?
Yeah.
But
What's sad is, I think, and I'm just gonna give my 2 cents about it. And I mean, let's agree to disagree. But the key word in that is books, and where new age generation is like, what's a book? What the hell? What's a book? You know, like we're like you people are online all the time. It's on. You can download anything on your phone nowadays. You know,
yeah.
it's
Well,
like people have become lazy. Where like I have to get up, get gas, put gas in my vehicle, go to the store, and go get something, or I can just download it on my phone or like get it shipped to me overnight.
as far as having the book, not going into a comic
Yeah.
store. Yeah, but then you don't have the interaction with someone that could maybe steer you into the right things. But you have, I guess, if you want to just watch people on YouTube, you could probably find out about what you're interested in, and then just order it from Amazon. But then all those businesses go under, and then you've got a city that's boarded up, and it's one step closer to what they want, or there's only a few giant stores that send you everything by drone. But
it broke my heart seeing during COVID when a lot of mom and pop shops went under.
Yeah, I don't know if it was 1/3 or 2/3 of the comic stores didn't make it through being shut down for 2 or 3 months, depending on where you're at in the country. I think everything was shut down for 2 months. Where I was at, during the pandemic, I was living in Texas too, but up North Texas. There's a really good, there's a good comic guy out of San Antonio. You could watch his channel's called The Memory Crypt of Castle Hills.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to him.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I know where his is at too. His shop isn't too far from where I live. It's maybe about.
Oh no, he doesn't have a store.
I thought he did.
No, you might think he did, but no, he's just a collector that does a show. It used to be called The Comic Crypt of Castle Hills, but he kind of decided, I don't want to just talk about comics, and so he changed it from Comic Crypt to Memory Crypt, so then he can talk about concerts he used to go to, or just in general culture, pop culture. Because when
there's
we
a
talk
shop in
about
Castle
comics,
Hills. There's a shop in Castle Hills. That's why.
there probably is a store in Castle Hills. Sure, he just calls it Castle Hills because that's where he lives.
Okay.
And I'm sure he goes to that store, and but he's got a lot of knowledge of comics, and be a good channel to look at. But yeah, most people aren't interested in books because they just watch these movies or they play video games, and that's how they know the characters.
Yeah. Mr. Meyer, you're awfully quiet, sir.
Oh no, I'm just enjoying. I do a lot of talking, so I'm enjoying sitting back and listening to you guys, not ranting and babbling. I do a lot of ranting and babbling here,
Yeah.
So
would it be, since I'm such a noob in all this, like this is my first time calling into y'all's channel and stuff like that. Like, if I ask any noob questions, don't take it personal. I just don't know a lot of shit. You know what I mean? In this department, this isn't where I'm super educated in, but I'd like to learn.
But you learned a lot about art from just being interested, or have you taken classes in college, or?
Okay, I'll tell you a funny one. And this is actually a true story, which is bizarre. When I was living in the hill country, I was living in Kerrville, Texas. Yeah. My friend has a restaurant out there. He ain't gonna get pissed if I say the story, but his stepdad was James Avery, the jewelry maker. And James Avery would come down every so often, and they'd all have drinks. I'd be out there. We'd all talk, get to know each other. And I got inspired by what he was doing with James Avery Jewelries. And so, long story short, graduating college, and he pointed me in the right direction of learning more about art as soon as I left college, to do something on your downtime when, and so started going to museums and learning a lot about people. And I'm not talking about like the Pablo Picassos or the Andy Warhols, but I'm talking about learning more about like people like who did a lot of pop culture, not just Warhol, but other people throughout those generations. So you can kind of see the buildup of where things are at.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Are there
Damn,
particular? Is there a particular genre of comics that you'd be interested in?
I would like to see, just because, just just because I'm new and all this, like, what is the most expensive comic you have? I bet y'all get that question a lot, right? Like, what is the most expensive or rarest? Like, I don't know what what's the difference really? Like, your rarest one or your most expensive one, or like
Oh, well, I don't really think of things that way, but something can be rare and not expensive. It's a matter of whether there's a demand for it. Or something can be expensive and there's millions of copies out there, but it's kind of weird. It's more, the trick is just to buy things that you like and not try to worry about what's, valuable or what's going to become valuable.
Do you think people do that sometimes? It's like maybe they try to look at it like as an investment. They'll try to buy the hottest, best, the hottest selling one, and be like, "Hey, I'm just gonna hang on to this, and hopefully the market will just go up throughout the years and decades." Hopefully.
Yeah, that's what people do. A lot of people do. Yeah. But yeah, some people look at it like the stock market, but I don't know how long. I don't think that it's necessarily going to be a long-term investment, because for a younger person to buy comics, I don't know, the market could fall out because people in their 20s, 50 years from now, these comics could be worthless, because I don't think that they care about comics, and they won't have any nostalgia for them because they don't remember them from their youth.
Yep.
It's something from their grandparents' youth, and I don't think they'll have any value. But maybe they will. Things that certain characters will still be remembered 50 years from now, like Superman and Spider-Man and that stuff, probably. But I wouldn't think it's a huge. I wouldn't. I don't really know.
Yeah, I mean, we can never predict the future, obviously.
Yeah, but I wouldn't get it. I would not try to buy comics just as an investment.
Okay, so don't bet the farm on a few comics.
No, I mean, well, there's probably some comics that it would be safe to do that, but it just depends on how much money you've got to throw around.
Yeah.
But I mean, is there a particular subject you're interested in? I mean,
I'm learning from both of y'all. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. I think the questions will come. Like I said, I'm so new at this. I'm just learning. You know what I mean? But
do you have any comics at all?
I do not, and I'm thinking about taking maybe about $200 and going to my local shop and just being like, "Hey, where can I begin? What's a good place? What's a good start to get my feet wet?"
What kind of movies do you like?
Horror, action, biography.
Okay, so all of that is in comics. So there's lots of good horror comics. Of course, there's lots of good action comics. And then there's lots of good biographical comics, and that's a good start.
Really?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. One of my friends who I've known from throughout the years is into that Japanese anime stuff. That those I don't know what you call it, but like
manga, right?
Yeah, there you go. He's got a mini library, just
right.
Bang, 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 and I mean it seems cool,
Yeah, I read Japanese comics and I like a lot of them as well. It just depends on what you like. There's a lot of horror stuff. There's both old and new. And if I was gonna, suggest stuff to a new reader like yourself, I would move towards like what Gratu was saying. I would suggest that you try and purchase stuff, within your price range that you can find that's pre 1976 or 75. Everything is going to be better then, and you're going to have a feeling of what the hobby is about. And so remember what you were saying about your phone earlier. So hobbies, and then what you were also saying about going to the gallery and looking at art in person. So a lot of stuff in 2023, you're doing it on your phone, but certain hobbies, part of the hobby is doing things in person. So part of comic collecting is finding comics on your own, like in the hunt, at a shop, at a thrift store, at a garage sale. Even though it's not something that many of us do very much anymore because of the internet, it's the hobby involves collecting objects, and the objects you're collecting are pamphlets of paper, old pamphlets of paper, preferably, because the new ones really, honestly, they're not as good. You want the older ones because the quality of the art and the writing is going to be superior. And also, if you like art, anything new, the cover of the comic is going to have a UPC code on it. Well, think about what a UPC code looks like. It takes up a space and it eliminates art. So in the old days, that didn't used to be there. You could see the whole image on the cover of the comic and it looked pure and clean. But then after about 75 or 76, now you have a little white box with the mark of the beast in it, right? And it's like all of a sudden, I can't see what's going on the whole cover. So that alone is a reason to start before 76.
I like that.
But you're collecting little pieces of paper. It's an odd thing already. It's not something that regular people are doing in 2023, especially people like maybe in your age bracket. So it's an unusual thing.
And I'm excited about going to yard sales. Like this week, I'm going to take $100. There's a flea market in San Antonio going out toward New Braunfels area. Yeah. And I'm excited to bring $100 and maybe even thrift and shop around. Like, hey, maybe we can make a deal here and there and just get a couple for a starting of a collection. You know what I mean? $100 ain't going to break the bank for me.
Here's what you look for. There's a price on the front cover, original price on the front cover of every comic. Look for comics that are 25 cents or less.
Okay.
So to just basically, if you see a comic that's 10 cents, that's all those comics are going to be sought after, even if it's something you've never heard of, because those are comics were 10 cents from when they were, the very first comics came out in the 30s until the end of 1961. Okay. If you see 12 cents, that's the majority of the 1960s comics were 12 cents. So a 12-cent comic, automatically, that's the 1960s, about 60 years ago. So comics were 12 cents from like 1962 to 68. If you see 15 cents, that's between 1968 and 71. Then a 20-cent comic, that's an era I loved, the 20-cent era, because that's when I was a little kid. That's from around 72 to 74, I guess, and then they went to 25 cents, something like somewhere in this. And when they went to 30 cents, that was around 1977, about the time Star Wars came out. But I just prefer, if you want to get the older stuff, look at, sometimes they'll be in a bag, and you don't know what year it's from unless you take it out of the bag and open it up and look at the there's a little bit of print at the bottom of the first page that tells you the month and the year. But if you don't even take it out of the bag, you can tell when it's from approximately. Now, if it's 10 cents, it could be from the 1940s or 50s or early 60s. You really do have to look inside or have some knowledge. You don't want to be spending large amounts of money without doing some research. I mean, you can look up a comic on your phone to see.
Yeah.
Let's see what someone's saying here in the chat. Edward, if you want an education regarding comics, watch Four Color Fossils. On any given Wednesday, there are at least 200 years of experience available. That's a show tonight at 7 o'clock. That's a show that both Meyer and myself go on. Yeah, there's the whole handful, sometimes a dozen people that are on there showing comics and talking about them. And then it says too many young influencers give false information and it gets perpetuated. Buy what you like and you can't go wrong. Yeah, you just buy something that looks cool to you. Don't buy something like thinking it's going to go up in value, because sometimes things. There was a 1970 late 70s comic that Jack Kirby, that artist I was saying, drew, called The Eternals, and for years that comic was very unpopular, even though it had great art. And then it was announced that Marvel was doing a movie of it, and then people started paying $100 or more for some of those issues. And then the movie came out and it was terrible. Everyone hated it. And then those comics sank back down in value because these people are just speculating that something may become valuable because there's an announcement they're making it into a movie. And so a lot of YouTube channels that give you all that hype, and a lot of now especially it usually doesn't work. Usually if they make a movie of something, usually it hurts the comics now, because since Avengers Endgame, Marvel's been, except for the Spider-Man movie, just about every Marvel movie that's made has really been not very good. And it, so.
The thing I like is like what Mr. Meyer was saying about don't like look for comics before 1976, I believe. And then Gratitude, you were saying don't, what I get the impression from you, sir, is like don't bet the farm on just a handful of comics. Buy what you like. Don't,
but see, one of the reasons we're saying that is because we're both about the same age, pushing 60, and we're talking about comics from when we were about 10 years old and before.
Wait, y'all are about 30, right? Y'all are my age, right? Y'all are 30, right? 31, 32, right?
You're being funny, isn't it?
Come on.
So, anyway, you need to, these are the comics we're nostalgic for, but they actually, I think, I could say that they are better. I would think even, I don't know. But some people, they look at the old comics that are printed on kind of newsprint, and they like the newer ones that are on slick paper and they have computerized color. They don't like the old comics that have the little dots,
Yeah, like the Roy Lichtenstein kind of style.
Yeah, that Lichtenstein tried to imitate and blow up giant. Yeah. That's the stuff that we like.
I was wondering, when it comes to certain things like that, like, you know how you have oils on your fingers and stuff like that? Do you ever, with these older comics that could be possibly more frail or more, I guess, I don't know the word value. I don't know if this is correct, but do you ever like put gloves on these when you touch these due to the oils on your fingers, or just being like
some people do that? Yeah, some people do because they have books that are worth thousands of dollars, but the books I have, I don't have books that are that valuable. Man, I think a lot of people, they'll seal those super high valuable books, they seal them in plastic, so that'll never happen to them. But yeah, I've never worn gloves to handle a comic book. To me, that would make me a fumble butt, and I'd drop the book probably. I'm not that high end. There are people on here on YouTube that say, well, there's a book I always wanted. It was $4,000, but I got it for a great deal. I got it for $2,000. And I'm thinking, man, if I had $2,000 right now, that would solve almost all my problems right now. And it's just like one of the many comics that person bought this week, spending thousands. So some people have got more money, but than I've got, and they're.
Those are first
I
world
guess it's
problems.
great if they're preserving these books for future generations, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a high roller, so I don't.
We call those
I
first
don't
world
wear
problems.
gloves.
Those are first world problems. Like when you got
Yeah.
too much money to burn.
Yeah, but I think just I would, if you've got $200 to blow at the flea market, look for comics from. Really, I think I'd look for 12-cent comics more than anything. The 12-cent era, I think that's where. Or in it, I doubt they'll have any 10-cent books. If they do, they're going to be at least 15 at a flea market, probably $15 to $20 a piece. I don't know. What other advice could you give him, Myra?
What books do you like? Do you have like a favorite type of book, or do you have favorite books that you've read?
Like comic books, or are we talking about educational books? Or
No,
well,
real books.
in other words,
I'm talking about novels is what I'm talking about mostly. You know, or maybe history if you've read like some historical fiction or something like that. But I'm just wondering because comics are reading, comics are art, but it's only half art. The rest of it is words, and without the words, you don't have. It's not the same. So it helps to know what kind of books you like. What kind of
are
books
you into horror? Are you in? Would you like to read about World War II? Would you like to read about superheroes?
Did you read Stephen King and like Stephen King like that? Have you read Stephen King like that?
Yeah, I've read it. I've read Tommy Knockers before. I've read Cujo. I mean, you know.
So there's lots of comics that are just like that are maybe even better. Like, but what Stephen King grew up reading is horror comics, and his books were really based on comic books in a way. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, specifically, he read one line of comics from the early 50s called EC, which stood for Entertaining Comics. And that's, you probably heard of Tales from the Crypt and from the TV series and everything. But that was one of the comics that was put out by EC. So buying the original EC comics from the early 50s would be very expensive. But in the 90s, when that show Tales from the Crypt was on,
that's cool.
When that show was on television, they reprinted every EC comic and several times, so you can get these books very affordably now. And if you're into art, let me make him bigger. The art that was pretty much the height of comics.
That's cool.
As far as horror goes. The best artists, the best in the writing. If you ever watched the TV show The Twilight Zone, you ever heard of that show, The Twilight Zone? Every episode had a twist ending. All of these stories have twist endings, kind of like O. Henry. You might have studied O. Henry in school. They're brilliantly written. And the art is unparalleled with artists like Wally Wood and Frank Frazetta, and it's all great. So I would look for these reprinted ECs, and now they're putting them out in book form. So you could, for maybe $20 get. I think one of the ones you just showed was one of those archive books.
So what I was just showing were those new $20 archive books that are brand new, that are coming out right now. And you can find them on Amazon if you just look up EC Archive, and they're soft bound. They're like $19.99. Sometimes on Amazon, you'll find them on sale for $16 or $17. And each one is about 200 pages and has about 6 issues in it. It's all the original stuff. It's really kind of the best stuff. For a horror fan, it's the best place to kind of start for comics, I think.
They also had a science fiction line, and if you like science fiction, the science fiction, a lot of people consider it to be even better than the horror comics. And they had one title Weird Science and another one Weird Fantasy, and that there was great artwork in that. And they had adaptations of Ray Bradbury.
I'm really into nostalgia. I know I'm really into nostalgia as well. Like the time periods where you can see, like with certain art pieces, you see where it's like how many hands it went through to get to get to you, basically. You know, like this book has been passed around, and look how many hands it's touched and how much time it's been around, and to get to where it's at today.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, in other words, it's you would want an original book instead of a reprints of them. Is that what you're saying? Because just the actual
Yeah.
knowing it's something that's an historical object. Yeah, that's understandable. But the EC stuff,
Yes.
that would require that you sell your house and your car. I mean, because we're talking about books that, like one comic book would be $1,000, possibly $2,000, at least a couple $100 to get an EC comic, or one in really bad condition. You might get it a little less than 100, but these are very valuable books. So, like, the only way you're going to get them is through the reprinted. But if you're interested in just the fact that you've got historical object, I'd go maybe for the 12-cent era, which is the beginning of all the Marvel characters like Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, Iron Man, all those characters.
Well, I've got some good veins, so I guess I might have to start donating plasma or selling plasma.
Oh. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't do that, but and this is not a.
No, I know. Just
I mean, this.
Just kidding.
Right now, the economy is bad, so the prices on a lot of comics are going down, but people don't have the money to buy them, even with the prices going down. Except for the few rich people that'll, go in and buy them up like sharks. But I don't know. So, I mean, it's
very knowledgeable. Y'all are very knowledgeable. Obviously, you know what y'all are talking about.
Yeah, but the main thing is just even before you spend $25 on archive edition, you can just go to a comic store and just get an EC comic reprint of a single issue, and you might. Some of those are going up in value, but if a lot of comic stores, you can still get them for $5 or less. Although I hear a lot of people saying that they're going up to be like $20 for I find that hard to believe, but people claim that they're seeing them for those prices. But I would get a reprint of an EC comic and see if you like it, maybe, because you might not. I mean, it's just like it's hard. It's so hard to go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's just like if you came from another planet and said, "What's a movie?" and what recommend a good movie? It's like, well, there's over 100 years of movies, and it's like depends on what kind of movie you like. Because I could recommend Fast and the Furious, and you think that's a piece of garbage, but you're looking for some French art film or something. It's like it's hard to say buy this comic because it's all a matter of taste. And there are people that love the comics coming out today. It's just, and we're biased to a certain time period because we were kids then, and people that are kids now look at those old comics and it's like, that doesn't look right. They don't like the old stuff. So it's really hard to say to you. You're 32, you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because you're like half my age. But when I was a kid, I would.
You're half my age. You're the kid.
Is that what I? Oh, I'm half your age. Okay.
You're half my age. You look good. You look good.
Let's see what someone's saying here in the chat. Let's see. He's saying, Soul Rage Marvel is awesome. Have you heard of the ages? You may not know what that means. I just picked up Invincible Iron Man 9 and Captain American Falcon 138 yesterday for cheap.
Nice.
Well, they call the time period of World War II when Batman and Superman and those characters first started in the late 30s and up through the 1940s.
Yeah.
They call that the Golden Age. And then the early 50s.
Okay.
And some people consider that to go up through the 50s. Some people call it a separate atomic age. But from 1957 all through the 60s, they called it the Silver Age. And that's when the Marvel superheroes were starting. All the ones that you see in these movies were pretty much starting during that time period. And that's the 12-cent era. Silver Age would be the 12-cent era. And then there was the Bronze Age, which is the 1970s. And there's all these other ages that I don't really pay attention to because I kind of cut off my interest. There's a lady on YouTube. I think her name is Silver-Haired Bronze Age Babe. And she says people tend to collect 10 years before and 10 years after they were either when they were born or when they first started buying comics. I don't remember what it was. Someone might remember. Well, there's only 4 people watching. I doubt anyone will remember. But it's like you have an interest in comics going back and around a 20-year window of either when you first discovered comics or when you were born. Which to me, it was pretty much the same thing because I discovered comics around age 4. So. And that's kind of true, although I like comics older than that.
Mm-hmm. Like my women. I like them a little bit older.
But, I would just look for comics that looked interesting and that were older, because if you want the historic relic that you're actually holding. And if you're buying a comic for $5, $10, $20, don't be afraid to hold it. I mean, maybe wash your hands first. Don't eat Cheetos. And then, if you've got real oily skin, wash your hands before you read the comic. My older brother was like the Fly. He'd touch a comic and the ink would just disappear from where his thumb touched it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're like that, I wouldn't.
I'm looking at, when I go to these yard sales, I'm looking for a deal, obviously, or maybe like a bulk buy, where someone hasn't done their complete homework on it, where I can take the time, bring it home, and just break it out one book at a time. And just kind of like, okay, I like this one to the left, this card to the right, and just kind of break it down bit by bit. I think there's something kind of exciting about that. That needle in a haystack kind of vibe.
People do that on YouTube all the time, but more than likely, sometimes you can hit. The problem is, right about the time of that Cesar Romero interview, which was about 1966.
Yeah.
Comic books exploded when Batman on TV became big, and they put all these articles. The first issue of Superman is worth $100. Of course, it's now worth more than a house, or maybe $1 million at this point. But
Jesus.
Anyway, people became aware that older comics were valuable. So everybody knows that, but they don't know anything about them. And there was a glut of comics in the 1990s. I mean, they made millions of them, and they weren't, for the most part, I didn't think they were very good. So you're going to find a lot of people saying, I've got old comics, and they'll say they're from the 90s. And technically they are old because, I guess they're old now, but they're just so much out there, and everybody has kept the books in good for the most part in good shape because they thought they had something that was going to go up in value. But it's like Beanie Babies that people used to think they would buy them and it would put their kids through college.
Oh man,
it's just I would just buy what you like, and I wouldn't worry about. I need to go check on something real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, just buy what you like if you're interested in, that's what, if you're interested in comics, or watch, like somebody suggested, maybe watch one of the shows where on 4-Color Fossils, where people are showing lots of comics one after another, and then maybe something will interest you, But there's comics for everything.
Yeah, and I like the fact of just being able to hold something. It's not my damn cell phone for 5 minutes. Like,
Right.
or I got to put a little effort into it. I mean, there's something about that. Even like, they still make the newspaper in my hometown. That's small town right there every week. It's just still something to participate in, I guess you could say.
Right. Pre-internet stuff. How the world worked before everybody had phones.
Yeah.
Everybody read these little pieces of paper. So
Yeah.
it's kind of cool. It's neat. Sometimes inside of the comics or the magazines, some of the most interesting parts are the letters pages, because this is how people are communicating with the magazine and with the artists or the other fans. And so this is especially pre-internet. So you would have to write a letter to the editor of the comic book and mail it in, and then hopefully they would choose to print your letter and then put it in the next issue of the comic. And sometimes that's an interesting thing, because like you said, the nostalgia or getting a feel of what it used to be like to live in like a different time. That's kind of where you find it. It's like reading a blog from 40 years ago, like that.
That's pretty interesting. I like that. Yeah. It's just got me thinking about some cool stuff and about how I am kind of excited to try this. I don't have to do it forever, but I can try it and see what I think, and that's good enough for me.
There's also other stuff that is what is referred to as underground comics or independent comics. Some of that is really, really good. Like if like you said, you've done some reading and you're interested in fine art, there's these comics that are outside of the mainstream. Like there's maybe the most famous guy is a guy named Crumb, or Robert Crumb, or R. Crumb. Have you ever heard of him before? Ever heard of Crumb?
No, sir.
So like, have
No,
you ever
sir.
seen have you ever seen a sign or a sticker that says "Keep on trucking" and it's a guy taking a big step with a
Yeah,
foot?
of course.
Okay, that's Robert Crumb. Like you'd see it on a mud flap behind a semi truck. You'll see it on the
18-wheeler.
mud flap of a semi truck. You know what I'm talking about? It says
Yeah.
"Keep on trucking," and the guy's like walking. Hippie looking art. The art. So this is like hippie art from the 60s and 70s, and turned out that a lot of it ended up being very literate. And then what was born from that was kind of a new age of underground or independent comics that are very well written and well drawn and kind of edgy stuff you wouldn't even find in a comic shop. You might have to go to like a record store or a head shop to find it, because it's not like mainstream. Some of that is very good, and you can find that on Amazon as well. It just depends what you're into.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm just learning. I am very new to this. I saw the live stream chat. I want to come hit y'all up, and this is all a new learning basis for me.
Well, the main thing is just buy what you like. You might like new comics, and it's just
right.
But I would just look around and don't just make sure. If it's a high-priced book, look it up on your phone. Make sure you're not overpaying. And I would look for those older prices, like 12 cents, 15, 20 cents, 10 cents. That's what I would do.
And anything before 1976. 1976 below.
Yeah, and that's not entirely true, because there's great stuff afterwards. But that's us talking, because that's the time period we really like. And usually you're gonna, it's like if you're throwing darts, you're gonna more likely hit a good spot on the dartboard if you go for the old. And 12-cent books, they're always fun, because it's not just the art, it's the ads inside, and it's which is something that when people buy these books, collections of comics, they don't have the ads, and the ads that are selling sea monkeys and cardboard tanks that you crawl around in your backyard and stuff that is specific to that mid-century time period that make them so wonderful. And it's the smell of the old paper. It's something, because you're right, it's an historical object, and it has a smell to it. So you already are kind of clued into that, as opposed to buying a reprint with slick paper. But sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. If a book is way out of your price range, like those beautiful EC books, normal people can't afford those. I mean, some people can, but got to win the lottery first. I've got to run to buy something, some food for my wife, because she, and so I'm gonna have to end the stream. But you can come back on anytime, Edward. I would come on. I would look for a channel tonight at 7 o'clock Central, your Central time, called Graphic Man, and I think the two of us are going to be on there, and
sir.
you'll be able to see. Huh? His name is Graphic Man. I would type into YouTube Graphic Man, and then I'd also add the keywords comic book, because if you type in Graphic Man, you'll find graphic man hit by train, graphic man hit by semi and crush. And it's like you get nothing but horrible things that you don't want to see. But his name is Graphic, not Graphic Man Killed. Is Graphic Man, like he's a guy that does graphics. So you got to put Graphic Man comic book, and then the show's called Four Color Fossils, and I'll show you what what it's going to look like, because it's a live stream, and you can get in on the chat and ask questions and everything. But this is what his channel looks like. It has that, a red circle with a guy grabbing a pencil, and the one that's on tonight will look like that, with Dracula fighting Frankenstein. It's live in 3 hours. Gosh.
Yeah.
Graphic Man?
I think Graphic Man. Four Color Fossils.
Okay,
So
I'll
that,
look it up.
yeah, so you'll see us and some other people that know more than us even. and you'll probably see comics that are interesting, and that might give you something to look for when you're going to stores or flea markets. So that's what I would
really cool.
recommend.
Thank you all for
Anyway.
being very knowledgeable and thank you all for giving me the benefit of the doubt right now, and I appreciate it.
Well, at first, when I saw Edward, I thought that you were a guy named Edward Holland, because I just saw a close up of a face, and it's like I could barely see anything, because before you come on, and that's why I said, is this Edward Holland? He was a guy I used to know that was an expert on Japanese monsters and the band Kiss. He's the guy I bought a Kiss pinball machine from, but I thought, I haven't talked with him in decades. Is he come back? And it's like, but you're not Eddie Holland, so.
Well, obviously.
Anyway, no, because he's actually my age, but he looks really young. That's why I thought it was. I thought, boy, he sure does look young, Eddie Holland. But anyway, it's nice talking to you, and I'll talk to you soon.
Later, guys.
I got to run
guys.
and get her
Appreciate
some food. She has to be somewhere at 4.
Thanks, Mr.
Take care, everybody.